Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Finance and Audit Committee meeting to order. Our clerk this morning will be Ms. Karen Robertson. I'd ask for a procedural motion to proceed in camera. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favour? Any opposed? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 19th Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk this morning will be Ms. Karen Robertson. Today's Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. Question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question relating to agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. Members have been granted the authority to join meetings electronically. Today we have Councillor Armstrong in attendance, and Councillor Brown will be attending electronically for items E and F later in the day. Thank you. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Robertson, please.
Thank you, Worship. The presentations heading has been reordered to follow the delegation section. And under agenda item 8J, attachment B, which is titled Update Fee Schedule 2023 to 2027, has been replaced with a new version. Richard Harding will now be introducing item 8J, and a delegation has been added from Brian Cornborough under item HJ as well.
Thank you very much. Motion for the adoption of the agenda is amended. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Motion for adoption of the minutes is circulated. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And we do have a delegation this morning. Jovan Johnson, Risebridge Community Centre hours of operation and request for funding. Is that coming in electronically?
He's supposed to be in attendance.
We'll give staff a moment to see if she can be located. In her absence, if Ms. Johnson shows up later, I'm sure we can probably try and squeeze her in. Then let's move on to presentations. The first is the summary of audit fundings. Ms. Bates-Emer, welcome again. Good morning.
Thank you. So we have a presentation. Do I have a clicker? Or should I just say this thing? Great. Okay. Thanks. Hi, everybody. So in terms of our audit status, at this stage we are complete. The last couple of steps left in the audit would be having the discussion with the committee today. And then once Council accepts the financial statements, which we believe will occur on May 1st, we'll be in a position to sign our audit opinion. At that date, we'll collect the management rep letter and confirm that there's kind of been no other subsequent events right up until May 1st that need to be accounted for. You'll see in the draft financial statements that the opinion we are anticipating issuing again this year is a clean one, that your financial statements present fairly in all material respects in accordance with the public sector accounting standards. I'd also like to take this time to thank management for all their work with us in working through the audit. They did a great job preparing for us and giving us all the information we needed to do things in an efficient manner. So thank you to all of them. I'll also confirm our independence at this stage as your auditors. In terms of any risks involved with this audit, you'll remember from when I presented the plan that we had identified one risk that is required to be identified by professional standards, which is the risk of fraud due to management override of control. And we have to identify this in every audit that we do. We can't get out of that being a risk. So we have addressed this risk with certain kind of standard procedures that we do in all audits to address this. Actually, is looking at journal entries, looking at any significant estimates or unusual transactions, and we're comfortable that that there's no issues, and our testing has addressed that risk. The areas of audit focus that we mentioned in our plan are listed up there, and so I can just report back. I think in our plan we probably had what our suggested procedures were for each of these areas, and so we've performed those procedures with basically kind of no issues in most of those areas. So for tangible capital assets, your largest asset on your statement of financial position, we're testing the additions throughout the year, and then also testing the amortization that you've booked and ensuring that that's reasonable. So the ups and the downs in that number have been tested substantively. Cash, investments, debt, we do third-party confirmations to ensure that those amounts are reported appropriately. Revenues, so we do certain analytical procedures over revenues, as well as do sort of what we call substantive testing. So we look at any, mainly in the areas of government transfers, so government grants. We'll look at the actual grant letter and look at the cash receipt. And then for things like the tax revenue, it's pretty easy to recalculate that based on the assessments and your rates. So that would be what we call a typical analytical procedure. Salaries and benefits, same kind of thing. An analytical procedure can be used to predict what your wages and benefits would be using the number of FTEs that you have and the changes in wage rates. So we were able to do that with no issues. Expenses, again, sort of a mixture of analytical and substantive procedures. So one of the most important procedures in the expenses is the testing of cutoff to make sure you've got everything in the right year. And we didn't have anything to report in that matter, except for one very minor uncorrected adjustment, which was in relation to amount that was accrued at year end, whereby you received evidence kind of in the 11th hour of the audit that accrual was too high by $200,000, so that the amount wasn't fixed, and it'll be washed out in next year. So pretty minor overstatement of a liability that was left uncorrected, $200,000. So not considered material to us in our audit. There was one sort of corrected difference that we identified just in the notes in the presentation of commitments. So management just kind of went through an assessment to clear out items that had been disclosed that weren't actually formally committed, under a contract or a PO or whatnot, and reduce that disclosure. In terms of any control observations, so we did not identify any significant deficiencies in internal controls, nor do we have any other sort of minor recommendations. I will just remind council that we don't take a controls-based approach to this audit, so we aren't thoroughly testing all of your internal controls of the processing of the transactions. We do have to obtain an understanding of your internal controls to be able to do our audit appropriately. But like I said, when we report back on this, it's good for you to know that we aren't testing all of your internal controls. It's just items that we would identify in gaining our understanding and through our audit work that would come to your attention at this stage. I will just bring to your attention, there are a couple of new accounting standards that will be applicable for next year. So a description of these is in the appendix to our report. And I think we've been mentioning these for the last few years. So the biggest one that will be sort of the heaviest lift, I think, for management to adopt is the asset retirement obligation standard. So for the year ended 2023, you will have to account for any legal obligations on retirement of any of your tangible capital assets. So management has already made a start. Like I said, it's kind of a big project, so they have actually already started to look at this, and it's probably something we're hoping to look at before even the year end. If that project's done, we could come and kind of take a look at it before the audit. The other new standard is with regards to financial instruments. So There is new guidance here that, you know, if you're holding items that are actively traded or equities, that you would have to record them at fair value. So the city doesn't really have anything that meets this, maybe one tiny fund that may not even be there next year. So we're not anticipating that this will have a significant impact on the city's financial statements, the adoption of the financial instrument standard. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Council? Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you'll allow me through you to Ms. Johnson, thank you. Very good to see you again. I apologize, but I ask the same question every year for the benefit of the public, because I think it is incumbent upon Council to ask the question, and it is simply this: did you come across during the course of your audit any cause for concern regarding our oversight, management, practices, procedures that Council should be aware of?
No, I did not.
Thank you. I always appreciate hearing that answer, and it confirms my untrained opinion that our financial department and staff do an excellent job. It's always good to have that confirmed. Thank you.
The vault is safe. Any other questions from anyone? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Much appreciate your attendance today.
Thank you.
And to echo Councillor Thorpe, much appreciate the hard work of staff who keep us clean and moving forward and having money in the bank ready to deal with issues. Thank you. The next item, reports. The first is the 2022 annual financial statements. Ms. Mercer, good morning. Mr. Bailey, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. As you know, under legislation in the Community Charter, financial statements must be approved by Council and submitted to the province before May 15th of each year. And in accordance with that section, we're here to present the 2022 annual financial statements and request that Council accept them. So as was just stated in during the KPMG presentation, they have completed their audit work and are prepared to issue us an unqualified opinion that the statements fairly represent our financial position as at December 31st, 2022, once Council accepts them. So I'll just take a minute to highlight a few items in the financial statements that might be of interest. So at December 31st, we had $290.4 million in cash and investments. So in recent years, staff have kept cash in more liquid investments due to the fact that interest rates were so low on what we could invest in. And now that interest rates have risen, we're able to secure higher rate return on our investments. So in future years, you will start to see a higher investment income. So that's a good thing. Our next item is reserves. So all of our reserves total $238.9 million. That's made up of general reserves, and we have 17 of those reserves, and they total $91.6 million. And these operating reserves are usually created through an allocation of surplus for a specific purpose. Next, we have our developer cost charges reserve, and that has a balance at December 31st of $65.4 million. And DCC reserves are created through a bylaw and can only be used to fund projects identified in those bylaws. And lastly, we have 20 statutory reserve funds totaling $81.9 million. And statutory reserves, as you know, are required by provincial legislation and or can be established by Council and are created through a bylaw. At December 31st, we had $41.3 million in outstanding debt, which totaled a debt per capita of $397. And that was a net decrease over 2021 of $4.6 million. So we did have some new debt in the amount of $280,269, which was taken on for Fire Station number 1, and that is the final borrowing for that project. And our last item that I'll point out is our assets. So we had $810 million in net book value for our capital assets. And we have a capital asset policy that establishes thresholds, and staff use that to determine if an asset is a capital or operating in nature. So that in June, we will be presenting the 20-year investment plan and asset management update. So I just want to say that The financial statement asset number differs from the 20-year investment plan, as we do not account for every single asset in the financial statements. There are assets in the 20-year plan that do not meet a capital threshold, so they're not included in the financial statements. And in addition to that, assets in the financial statement are depreciated. And so you'll see a lower value than what we will present in the 20-year investment plan. So those are kind of some highlights from the financial statements. And Mr. Bailey and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. No questions, anyone? Not seeing any. Ms. Mercer, we're going to let you off easy. That's because it's good news, and we don't want to interfere with good news. The next item is 8B, 2022 Annual Parking Reserve Fund Report. Ms. Mercer, please.
Excuse me, Your Worship. We just need to have council consider a motion.
Yes, pardon me, rushing along. Yes, we need a motion to accept. So moved, Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Your Worship?
Sorry.
I apologize if I could just ask a quick question.
Sure.
Of course, the company that we use to do our financial statements, of course, is excellent. I've just wondered, just for the public's interest, do you ever go out to review?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Perino, yes. So we have, we go out for RFP and we sign a 3-year contract with 2 one-year extensions, so it can be up to 5 years.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Very good. They're passed. Thank you. Now on to the 2022 Annual Parking Reserve Fund Report.
Thank you. So per legislation,
I should have parked myself earlier.
So per legislation, the city is required to prepare an information report to council on any parking statutory funds that the city has by June 30th of the following year. So currently the city has 2 parking statutory reserve funds that collect cash in lieu payments. And the first one is the Old City Neighborhood Reserve Fund, and funds can be used for providing new and existing off-street parking spaces. And the balance in this reserve at December 31st, 2022 was $96,350. So we had no cash in lieu revenue going into this reserve during the year, and we had no funding allocations out of the reserve. The reserve did earn $2,301 in interest in 2022. Our second reserve is the Off-Street Parking Reserve Fund, and funds from this reserve can be used for transportation infrastructure that support walking, bicycling, and public transit, or other alternative forms of transportation. So at the December 31st, the reserve balance was $73,450. And again, no cash in lieu revenue was received and no funding allocations were made from this reserve. And it did earn $1,713 in interest. So we're happy to answer any questions you have regarding this report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hemmons and Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. This might not be a question for you, Ms. Mercer, but I'm curious. We had a presentation from the Old City Quarter Business Association regarding parking improvements at Monday's council meeting, and I'm curious, the $98,000 in there, could we use those for some of the improvements that they identified?
Through the chair, that will be something that we look at when my understanding is a report is coming back, and so those funding items can be looked at for that report.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Hemmons actually anticipated my exact question, so it's been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just note the projected timeline for future projects to be funded. Future projects, $57,500 for transit shelters. I just, under Mr. Sims, I see here this morning. Thank you very much. If you could just give us an idea what we'd be looking at exactly. I appreciate construction costs are probably challenging.
Yeah, Your Worship, this would be just sort of an incremental, sort of one-off installation of transit shelters. However, we're working on a larger sort of overall strategy as one of Council's motions from about a year ago. So that's still in play.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions on the Parking Reserve Fund report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Mercer. I see Ms. Johnson has arrived. Good morning. We kicked off at 8:30, so if you want to come down now, please. And just for the record, introduce yourself. And for the benefit of the public, this is Jovan Johnson, Rise Bridge Community Center, hours of operation and request for funding as a delegation.
Are we on? Great. Good morning, everybody. I apologize. We were told to be here at 9. But yes, my name is Siobhan Johnson, for the record. I am the Executive Director of Rise Bridge, and beside me is Marnie Bowers. She is our Director of Communication at Rise Bridge. We are before you today. There was a big speech kind of written out, but I think I'll just wing this. You guys all know who we are, what we offer in community, and what our intentions are to do. Currently, we're being funded by Island Health to operate outreach services 7 days a week. We transitioned into that after our warming center, which was gratefully financed by you guys and the UMBC grant in operations. So our team has been out 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 19 days. We've got to see the great work happening with bylaw and CSO and other outreach services, but I don't think anybody will argue that we have a lack of resource options in community right now and a place for people to go. So although we find that our outreach services, we're gratefully doing it, we think we're making great effort and it's been very effective. It's very difficult when we have nowhere to direct people, to get clean clothing, laundry services, basic food at certain times of the day, and then just shelter from the rain. Applying for applications, detox, treatment, housing, being able to do that in a safe location, a known location, is very helpful as well for support workers, other Island Health teams or other agencies in community. We've heard from majority of the CSO officers that they wish they had a place to direct people right now, when we're asking people to move along from block to block if there is no actual location for people to go. I do know that the library is a very welcoming place for many of our unhoused community members. I personally have been there 5 days a week for outreach services, going inside the library and connecting with some of our most vulnerable. I don't think, personally, that the library is a place that we should be only relying upon in this community to service the extreme need that we currently have. We know our community is in a state of crisis. I think we're in more desperate times than we've ever been in. A lot of that has to do with the fact that many organizations and nonprofits have unfortunately closed their doors. Of course, we know Nandu doesn't currently have a physical location. There's many different compiling reasons as to why it's very concerning out in our streets. The last 19 days have been very difficult on businesses, community safety, outreach frontline workers, and of course, the vulnerable individuals who are currently pre-housed or precariously housed in our community. So our ask is for $15,000, at least something anyways, to at least operate 4 days a week. To provide resource access center space and shelter space, utilizing the building and the staff team that we've already been effectively doing over the last few months. Our ask is for consideration of at least the next 3 months. We know that there's more things coming in community. We're hopeful, for other organizations and other services to start operation. We know the summertime, there won't be so much of a need for dry, clean clothing and a dry, safe space to do application resource, perhaps. And we're also hopeful that other happenings through cities and organizations will help resolve the situation our community is currently in. But for the next few months, this community needs something, and we think that we can, offer something that would be really effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time left. Questions for Ms. Johnson? Councillor Perino, please.
Thank you so much, and you did well to recover for the 8:30. You did well to recover, especially when you thought it was 9, so well done. I'm just wondering, something that I've been asked, whether or not your Rise Bridge offers showers.
We don't, but we do have intentions on putting a shelter in within the next week. We know that laundry services have been really needed in this community. Yes. I personally helped advocate when I was on the board with SIA to bring laundry services in community a few years ago. As we know, SIA's doors were closed, and so it was our direction to make sure those were accessible in community. And gratefully, we now have a washer and dryer. So us being open will mean that it's also accessible in the downtown area for those who are in need.
If I may I ask another question, Your Worship? Can you tell us, are you still operating in Parksville? I've heard rumors, I just didn't know. So.
Yeah, we currently are doing outreach services and a resource access tent in Parksville. We're looking forward to what's to come. We were just awarded more funding yesterday that we can't really say publicly yet, but it means that more programs and services are coming from the Main-Island area, absolutely.
Okay, great. And one last question. How many volunteers do you have now?
Oh, currently probably... Yeah, at least 10 that solidly work with us full time. The majority of them are nurses in our community, and then probably 40, 50 in totality. We have many Academy Vic volunteers right now, practicum students who are working alongside us.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Chavon, Ms. Johnson, thank you for your presentation. I'm curious, do you have charitable status?
We don't yet. It's still pending.
Okay, you're nonprofit though. Have you applied to BC Gaming? Have you applied to the city social response grants?
We've applied for every single grant for the last 2 years that we were eligible for. Unfortunately, we were just notified that we didn't receive the BC Gaming grant, the community gaming grant that we were hoping to receive this year.
But you've received the Island Health, is that the community wellness grant?
Yes.
And have you applied to any of the co-ops or any of the credit unions or any of the local banks that have granting programs?
Yes, we've applied for every single one, and we are hopeful to hear from many of them. A lot of them are supposed to be released, May, June, July, which is why we're coming to you today to just ask for the next 3 months, because we're hopeful that we'll have other funding to continue to keep us going after this.
Okay, and have you applied to the United Way through the Reaching Home program?
Yes.
Were you successful or not successful with that?
Not in the last round, no, we were not.
And you weren't successful with BC Gaming as well?
We were not.
Okay. And what were you applying for those, with those applications?
I believe we reached for the stars with all of our grant applications. It's currently, our grant writer is currently a university student, or myself at 1 o'clock in the morning when my kids have finally gone to bed. One of the challenges that we have is we are still a newer organization. We don't have our charity status. We don't have 3 years of financial records yet, despite the fact that, as you know, many of us have worked in this community and nonprofits for quite a long time, but Rise Bridge itself doesn't quite have the credentials, I think, and a seat at the table to be eligible for many of the grants that we're hoping to receive. But that's changing. I think we're almost at $300,000 worth of funding in our first year and a half of operations, and considering we're not connected to any other, church groups or organizations, I think we've done quite well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know how difficult it is to raise money in the nonprofit world, so I appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to understand the funding with Island Health. So you're looking for bridge funding for the next 3 months at $15,000 a month, so 45 in total. What is that to replace the funding that Island Health is giving you, or is that to add on to the funding that Island Health is giving to you?
Yeah, so right now Island Health is funding us to just do outreach services. They're not funding us to do any in-reach programming. So we're looking for the funding to be able to operate the center. We've done many fundraising efforts, including at the mall, bottle drives, over the last few months that have given us enough of a little nest egg to at least continue operations 1 day a week. So we will transparently say that we've still been operating the center on Tuesdays for 3 hours, mainly, of course, with volunteer efforts and with the funding resources that we currently have. We've seen, of course, the population and the need for this to continue over the last few weeks, and we just hope that with your guys' support, that $15,000 will allow us to open for 4 more days. Right now, we're looking at Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday will be the plan. We've chosen the days and the times to be really the biggest need and gaps in community, and where we feel like it could alleviate the stress in businesses downtown primarily. Our outreach team that's currently being funded will stay. There's 12 of us. Marnie and myself included. The majority of us have background and credentials in social work or in nursing and that sort of thing. As you can understand, it's very challenging to work out in our streets right now. There's a lot of safety issues, and we're certainly not just sending volunteers out, but in our building, there's an element, a bit more of safety, because people are coming and accessing our resources instead of us going to them. So us being able to have a building that if somebody has the capacity to come to, oftentimes already eliminates some of the safety concerns we see out on the streets as well. So, I mean, we know that operating Warm Reach over the last 4 months, we were heavily relied upon from CSO, bylaw, security, and RCMP. They dropped people off to us on a minute-to-minute basis. Oftentimes when they were asking people to move along or to clean up their space, they could say, go to Rise Bridge, have a cup of coffee. And building those relationships meant we could fill out application forms, put clean clothing on someone. That really makes a critical difference in our community right now while we're feeling so much stress on our healthcare services and emergency services.
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may. Did you say that your annual operating is 300,000?
Sorry?
Sorry, what was the 300,000 figure?
So we're at $300,000 in awarded funding for our programming over the last 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you
far.
very much.
So that's including Reaching Homes, federal, provincial, island health contracts, and then small side grants. We also just received an anti-racism grant, and for us to do more Indigenous youth programming. So that's to come. We're hoping to keep the center space open on the evenings and weekends to continue offering that for community. But the morning and daytime space is where we feel like it could be reserved to specifically do unhoused programming.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, just to be clear, that was 300,000 over 2 years?
We've received just over $300,000 in funding in the last 2 years, yes.
In the last 2 years as opposed to 1 year. Okay, good,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor
And
Thorpe.
sorry, that is including like BC Housing and our Parksville contracts as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, if I may, a couple of quick questions just for my clarification. I wasn't clear. 15,000 that you're requesting, was that for the 3 months, or was it 15,000 per month?
It's $15,000 a month. We figure the cost of operating, I believe it was $890 per day for 4.5 hours of service. So we multiplied that in hopes of being able to fund 4 days. We would probably fundraise the efforts to be open for a full 5 days, and that's with half a volunteer capacity. So that's not even asking for full staffing.
Thank you. No, I just wasn't sure what the exact ask was. And secondly, you mentioned your number of volunteers. Do you have paid staff? If so, how many? And what would this money be used for?
Currently, we have 12 paid staff. That's through our island outreach. We are focusing on our community collaborative decolonize framework, in which everybody on our staff team gets paid either $25 as a support worker or a helpful community member, as we call it, and then $30 as our director. There's 7 of us directors that get paid $30 an hour for our efforts, but I will state that none of us get paid more than 20 or 25 hours per week, and all of us work probably more than 60 hours per week. All of us have other full-time jobs in community. Myself, I'm an equity advisor for a large tech company, which gives me the ability to work remotely, aka I'm sitting in the office space at Rise Bridge every day, taking in meetings and continuing to support community as best as I can.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. But again, is it fair then to say that the money would be used basically mainly for wages?
About 60% was wages. I do know that number. The cost of supporting our most vulnerable and marginalized community is quite high. Basic food resources, there's unfortunately always damage needed. First aid supplies, there's a lot of costs associated that we learned this winter. We proposed the funding need to operate the warming center for community. It did not cover our costs and operations over the past few months. So we have to, obviously, as an organization, do our due diligence and at least make sure our bottom line is covered moving forward. We did, percentage-wise, our calculation as well, that I believe this would only be helping 10% administration and overhead costs towards, let's say, our lease, our power, all that kind of stuff. So it is a basics of just support costs and then daily resource cost.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. If I may, as a frontline organization, is it your sense that the number of people unhoused in our community is on the rise?
Mayor, I'm very glad that you asked this. Part of our Island Health contract is doing real-time data collection. We really wanted to get the data on our streets that we haven't seen yet. In the last week, we've counted 92 new faces. That's almost 100 new faces that we've seen in the last week and a half. That's seriously concerning and also a huge safety concern for us. You know that we are very radical social justice advocates, and we want to be out here to be best supporting people. We don't know a lot of the population that are currently in the downtown area, and that's also very concerning. On January 26th, it was a huge snowstorm in community. We were the only door left open. Unfortunately, the city wasn't able to provide their warming center, so it was just us left open. We worked with CSO and bylaw to ask them to bring in every unhoused person we could possibly find. It was negative 10 degrees outside. We radically decided to not listen to our own capacity limit. We called on all of our staff and volunteers to come in. And at the time, we had 103 people who stayed the night with us. I honestly think at that point, we pretty much had all of the unhoused individuals that we knew of in the downtown Nanaimo area. At that time, right? That was only 100 people. At this point, you know, the count is coming up, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at over 1,000.
And I realize that, you know, the chronic response I hear from some folks in the community is, oh, they're not our people, they're coming from out of town. And I remind people that, you know, historically, most of the unhoused are in fact people who've been in the community for a substantial period of time. But in addition now, is it fair to say that we're getting a number of individuals who've been, quote unquote, driven out of other communities or whatever?
Yes, I think that's fair to say. I think in recognizing, you know, if I have friends, my own parents were unhoused at certain times of their life. I wouldn't want them to be in Nanaimo. We have a severe lack of resources and huge safety concerns in this community. So if you are here, especially over winter, the likelihood is it's because you're from here. You have family here. This is the only community you safely know. Moving towards the summertime, I think it's quite obvious we're all smart people here. If we were unhoused, we'd want to be on the island. We have nice weather. It makes sense to be camping outside. You know, we know that the big encampment a few years ago didn't help our cause in this community. I understand it's been very difficult for city management and city council to kind of get us out of this quote unquote maybe mess. But it is a challenge. These are still vulnerable and marginalized community members who need support. And regardless, it's impacting our community, our safety, our businesses. You guys consistently hear about this, and there's so much energy going towards it. So I think, you know, just talking short-term tangible solutions, not Band-Aids, but short-term tangible solutions that can aid immediately while we look towards more long-term solutions to get us out of here is really the direction we need to go.
Is it your sense, though, that some of the individuals who have come here now, and you know, I take it from your suggesting the weather and has an impact in a sense, is it your impression, though, that some of those individuals are going to go back to quote-unquote where they came from? My sense is that there aren't a lot of services anywhere in the province apart from Vancouver. I realize I'm putting you on the spot with the opinions, but we need the public discourse, and just let me interrupt if I may. We need the public discourse to ensure that the province, and I think the federal government, understand that what we have is an appalling situation in a 21st century democracy, and I'm just looking for as much assistance and comment as I can from, again, as I say, people are on the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, we encourage people to go where there's resources or where there's family and when there's support. So especially over the wintertime, that was a lot of our efforts. You know, when we're talking about their court system and crime, a lot of the individuals who are serving, if there's a crime record associated, they're being asked, you know, they're not allowed to access Victoria, even though that's maybe where they're from, or Campbell River or Port Alberni. Those are 3 communities in our island that we know have a substantial more services and resources than we do. And I think a lot of the individuals would love to go back there, but perhaps because of violence, gang, you know, family ties, or just the law, they're not able to access those communities. And then so they're trying to find safe harbor here.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other, Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that staff meet with Risebridge and come back with a report on the need for service and options for funding. I know we could maybe do a notice of motion if you'd prefer. because I know once heard,
I'm sorry, Councillor Eastmere seconded? Yeah. And Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks. Yeah, it was interesting at the situation tables, just hearing the CSOs, you know, coming across people and being like, you know, we're out there and we're kind of like the last line of services, and there's just nowhere to bring anybody. And I think that we're in a situation where there's a huge deficit of services in the middle of a crisis that we're, you know, been screaming at the top of our lungs for much more provincial intervention, and I think that's coming, but we're in a crisis situation where we do need to act to make our streets as safe as possible and provide services to people so that they're not out on the streets causing disruption for other folks. And I think that you know, it's incumbent on us to follow up on these requests from service providers who've been working hard on the front lines and understand the situation better than anybody, for our staff to meet with them and look through the request and assess the need for the services and come back with a detailed, you know, budget request that outlines a bit more clearly what the funds are needed for, and then provide us options of what to do. So I'm definitely in support of this motion, and yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thanks, Your Worship. I support asking for more information and exploring this. I dislike the process that this is happening through, and that's not your fault. That's you know, just like Ben said, where everyone is strapped and everyone is stressed. I'd like to know, perhaps in that report or perhaps now at this table, the role of the SPO in this, because the role of the systems planning organization was really to try to coordinate these efforts around these fundings so we're not doing these little Band-Aid things. And I hear you saying this isn't a Band-Aid, this is desperate. But we have limited resources, and until we start pulling together as a big, broad community, we're always going to be doing this. And so I would be very curious for some commentary either from staff in that report, just the appropriate place for this conversation. I'm not sure it's this table, but I'm in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I'm going to go to Councillor Perino first before I go to Councillor Gesselbrock again.
Thank you, Your Worship, and comments through you. Actually, Councillor Hemmons said it so well. It's the worry that the more we take on, the more we'll be asked to take on. And yet I know the incredible work that you do, and yeah, we have to put some Band-Aids on things. There's no doubt about it. So this report will help us to know the direction that we're moving. I hate that it's on the fly like this too. We like to look at motions and study them before they come to this table. However, I appreciate the sentiment, and certainly we'll be voting in favor of this. So thank you for what you do. And
thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I appreciate the concern of Councillor Manley for my feelings about sudden notices. I think I can live with this one in that it is asking for an information report so we can make a better decision. I note that there are processes involved for funding organizations in our community. I also acknowledge the need, which is obviously on our downtown streets. But I really take Councillor Hemmons' comments to heart, and that is we're in the process of forming, at some great expense, a systems planning organization, which I believe is meant to coordinate issues related to this. So I really feel that whatever report we receive should indicate to Council the role of the SBO and how that might be involved in future decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillors Manley, Eastmere, and Hemmons again, and then Councillor Gesselbrock as well. I hate debating motions to complete unanimity if it's not necessary, and we have a heavy agenda this morning. Thank you very much. I see everybody's dropped off except Councillor Manley.
I would just amend my motion to include the SPO in this conversation, actually, because I think staff and the SPO should be involved in this consultation. That's what we've got an SPO for. If I can do
Moved
that.
by Councillor Manley. We have a seconder in Councillor Perino.
I'm sorry, can I
that they meet with staff and the SPO to create a report on what needs to be done and
To consult
what funding
with the
options
SBO, is that
consult with the SPO, yeah.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks. Just on this motion, the SBO has been up and running now for a couple months. The executive director is landed and things are getting sorted out. I think we're building this ship as we go, and I think this is an excellent opportunity to consult or splice in, or however we want, the SBO into this process so that we can sort out, a mechanism of how we want to move forward with these type of requests. And so that's the type of intention, I'm hoping to be approached with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eastmer, you have something to add to the amendment?
I really just have a question for staff, and I'm sure the report would reflect whether we spent the entire allocation from the Strengthening Communities grant that we got from UBCM, whether we spent the entire amount that we had allocated specifically for warming centers, because I know we got, started that a little bit late.
Through
Ms. Bilpelsing, good morning.
Good morning. Through the chair to Councillor Eastmer. So we have distributed 157,000 to Risebridge for warming between December 16th and the end of March. And we have funded also the 710 and the Unitarian. We have approximately 42,000 left that could be used towards cooling center use through the UBCM funding, to be used by the end of the funding period. So we have that there, and we have the opportunity, and we've been talking already with different organizations about opportunities for funding, using the funding for cooling.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. And on the main motion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation this morning. Appreciate it, and I appreciate the brevity of members of council. We have finished the annual parking reserve fund report. It's item C now, 2022 annual development cost charges reserve fund report. Ms. Mercer again, please.
Thank you. So again, per legislation, the city is required to prepare an information report to council on any DCC statutory funds that the city has by June 30th of the following year. So the purpose of this reserve is to take contributions from developers and fund specific infrastructure projects required due to growth. So the DCC funds can only be used on projects outlined in the DCC bylaw. So the balance at December 31st, 2022 was $65,416,377. $8,402,167 was collected in DCC revenues. $1,498,399 was earned in interest, and $5,099,130 was allocated out of this reserve to fund projects during the year. So Mr. Bailey and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Not seeing any, or Councillor Armstrong? Thank you very much, Ms. Mercer. The next item is D, 2023-2027 financial plan update. Good morning, welcome, Ms. Fuller.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey, you got off easy this morning so far.
Okay. So since the adoption of the provisional budget back in January, staff have been busy updating it to reflect changes in estimates and directives from council. So these changes bring us to the current projected tax increase of 6.4%. So that's 1% for a general asset management reserve contribution, and a 5.4% increase for the general property taxes. And I will discuss the drivers of this change in more detail in an upcoming slide. And as well, based on all of the information that we have today, the estimated increases for the years 24 through 27 are listed as well. So there are many changes that can happen between now and then, such as growth, contract settlements, etc., but this is what we know today. So over the last few years, Council has used a significant amount of reserves to help offset the effects of the COVID-19 and keep the tax increases lower. So for 2023, to give tax relief to residents, $1.1 million was used to reduce taxes. So as this is not a permanent revenue source, future tax increases are affected when the funding source drops off. And this is one of the contributing drivers to the tax increase in both 2023 and 2024. As I've mentioned before, staff are currently working on an asset management update with recommendations expected to be presented in June, and that could potentially have an impact on future tax increases as well. And of course, any decisions made today could also increase future taxes. But this is as of all of the information that we've updated, where this is 6.4 is what we're expecting the tax increase to be. User fee increases for 2023. So sewer user fees will see a 4% increase in 2023, as this was the adopted recommendation out of the utility rates review for sewer fees. And this represents a 2% operating increase, as well as a 2% increase for asset management reserve contribution. The water user fee will increase by 5%. And again, this was the adopted recommendation out of the utility rate review for water fees. So this represents a 3% increase for operating, as well as a 2% increase for the asset management reserve contribution. And with the delivery of 3 new garbage trucks in 2023, the impact of the debt repayment and current truck rental costs have resulted in an increase of 2.3% for the sanitary user fees in 2023. So this slide shows the property tax increases over the last 5 years, and it's broken down by general asset management reserve contribution, so that's the 1%, and then the general property tax increase is the top of those bars. And the 10-year average from 2013 to 2022 was 2.7% increase. So we'll now go through the impact on a typical home in Nanaimo. But I would like to note that this only represents the impact of the city portion of taxes. So it does not include taxes collected for other governments. So that is the Regional District of Nanaimo, school tax, hospital levy, etc. So we receive other government levy.
Ms. Mercer, if I may interrupt.
Yep.
I really hope the citizens are watching this morning, although I suspect they're not, or paying attention. Every year we get it in the neck, so to speak, from cranky citizens about the tax increase, but indeed a substantial portion of the tax bill is exactly what you've pointed out, and I'd be pleased if the media would try and report this more effectively annually to understand that their tax increases are not simply related to the city. It is related, as you point out in the screen, to the RDN, the school district, hospital, and the Vancouver Island Regional Library. Thank you. Pardon the interruption.
Thank you. Now, it is important to note, because we do get a lot of questions on, you said the taxes were only going to go up this and mine went up more. So it is important to note that at this point in time, we're only talking about the city portion of taxes. We receive all of the other government levy information in the spring, so we're receiving it right now. So our hope is that by the time we present the 2023 to 2027 financial plan bylaw in May, we should have all the other government information at that time, and we will try to give you a more whole increase as the typical home could see at that point. So for 2023, the Nanaimo area is looking at a 12% average increase in assessed value for a single-family residential property. So this increase often causes some concerns for many residents, as they think their tax increase is going to go up by 12%. So based on this, I thought I would take a few minutes again this year to explain how tax increases and assessment value changes relate to one another. So each year, the city requires a specific amount of money to fund operations, and a portion of this is generated through property taxes. So the city determines how much revenue is needed from property taxes and distributes that across the whole assessment base. A specific amount of taxes are generated from each class of property, residential, business, farm, etc. And the mill rate changes each year as both the dollar value the city needs and assessment values change. So when looking at a potential property tax, when looking at property tax potential increases for an individual property, the important factor to consider is how your assessed value changed in relation to the average property assessment change. So if your property, if your assessment was in line with the average, so your property increased 12% over 2022, your City of Nanaimo property tax amount will equal the increase this year, which is 6.4%. However, if your assessed value increased more than the average, so say it went up 20%, your City of Nanaimo property tax amount increase will be higher than the average. So you will pay incrementally more than 6.4%. And conversely, if your assessed value increased less than the average, say it went up 5%, your City of Nanaimo property tax amount will be lower than the average. So your tax increase would be less than 6.4% for the city portion. So those are just something to consider. It's a very confusing topic because there are so many moving parts to how the property taxes are calculated, but that's kind of an easier way to look at it. So based on this revised tax increase, a single family dwelling with an assessed value of $808,873, they would pay a total of $2,625 in property taxes in 2023 for their city portion of taxes. And this represents a $157 increase over 2022 for a 6.4% increase. Water fees would go up $30 based on average seasonal usage. Sewer fees would increase by $6, and sanitation fees will increase by $5. So the total cost increase over 2022 for a typical house for taxes and user fees would total $198. Let's see which way I can get this to move forward.
It's just driving the message home.
If I could change it to the next screen, we can talk about.
See, we're even cutting back on batteries in the city.
There we go. Oh, there we go. So the $2,625 collected in property taxes for city functions is spent as follows. So $2,141 pays for city services, as these provide services that make Nanaimo a desirable place to live, and they include things such as trail maintenance, pool and arena operations, snow removal, police and fire services, to name a few. So I just point out this excludes water and sewer services as they are funded through user fees. $44 funds the 2023 debt, and this represents repayment on 3 debt borrowings. So that's debt for the Port of Nanaimo Center, which includes the conference center we're in, fire station number 4, so the Cranberry Fire Hall debt, and some short-term borrowing expected in 2023 for some property purchases. $272 funds reserve contributions. So this includes contributions to the asset management reserves, equipment depreciation, IT photocopier reserves, etc. And these help fund replacements when assets reach end of life. And these reserves help to smooth out the tax increases so we don't see large spikes when replacement is needed. And lastly, we have $168 that fund 2023 projects. So approximately $8 million in general taxation was used to fund projects in 2023. And these can include equipment purchases, condition assessment programs, new drainage projects, and trail rehab, to name a few. So when we look at how the $2,141 breaks down for city services by department, you will get the following. So $547 goes to fund the RCMP. $387 funds Parks Rec and Culture operations. $337 funds the Nanaimo Fire Rescue, 911 Operations and Emergency Management. $314 funds corporate services, which includes costs for IT, finance, police support services, committed contingencies, grants and aids, as well as corporate insurance. $240 funds engineering and public works. And again, this does not include sewer, water, and most of sanitation costs, as they are funded through user fees. $126 funds operations for development services, and $115 funds city administration. That includes the CAO's office, legal expenses, legislative services and council, as well as HR. $42 funds corporate and business services that include real estate and economic development, as well as the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, Tourism Nanaimo Society, and the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization Society. $22 funds the Port of Nanaimo Center, which includes this building, the Vancouver Island Conference Center. And finally, $11 funds the corporate facility operations. So if you broke that cost down further, it's approximately $587 per day, or $178 per month. So we'll talk about revenues. So $266.6 million provides funding for annual operations and maintenance, projects and contributions to infrastructure renewal reserves. And this also includes the Vancouver Island Library revenues. So this excludes new borrowing and transfers from reserves that help fund expenditures, as these are not considered revenues, they're considered funding sources, so we don't include them here. And an example of that would be the $1.1 million that was used from the Special Initiatives Reserve to reduce property taxes. Our largest revenue source is taxation at 52.8%. And other revenue total includes property rentals, recoveries, including the Viera recoveries. So that's the Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy, Fortis Gas revenues, hotel tax, and tax penalties, to name a few. The 2023 operating budget is $184.4 million, and this covers all annual operating and maintenance costs that deliver city services. So what is not included is project costs, as well as the payovers to Vancouver Island Library, as the library is considered collection for other governments. So the RCMP is our largest budget line item and represents 16.9% of our total expenditures, with followed by Parks, Rec and Culture at 15.6% and Engineering and Public Works at 15.5%. Some other items that of note are corporate services totals 13.7% of total costs, and that does include our general revenue category. And some items that fall into general revenue are committed contingency, post-employment benefits, corporate insurance, hotel tax, and business improvement area payovers. So the Port of Nanaimo Center is 3.2% of the total expenditures for the city, and this includes the Vancouver Island Conference Center operating costs, $100,000 for Vancouver Island Conference Center capital replacement, operating costs associated with the building shell, as well as debt repayment. So this slide shows the major changes to the budget drivers identified since the provisional budget was presented back in December. So the first item is debt, and we have a decrease of $437,100 here. So the timing of the borrowing was delayed on the proposed land purchases from July to December. So we originally thought the debt would start in July. We're now expecting that to be more like December. So this has resulted in less funding being needed for debt repayment in 2023. However, we see some relief in 2023, but that does push the increase up for 2024 because the debt moves out a year. Our next item is the net cost for fire dispatch. So the cost for the increase in call volume was higher than we originally anticipated by $64,500. The fire master plan implementation, there was a reduction in cost there of $29,400. So not all of the funding budgeted for the investigation, for investigating the renovations needed to the existing fire stations was used. So there was some renovations needed to the fire halls to accommodate the new firefighters that were added. So we didn't need all of that funding. And this was partially offset by the increased cost estimate in the IAFF contract committed contingency for those 20 new firefighters. So the net there is a savings of $29,400. Next, we have growth. So final growth numbers are in, and the city will receive approximately an additional $1.1 million in revenue for 2023. So this is an $85,800 less than the conservative estimate of $1.2 million we had in the provisional budget. So we had to pick up a bit of the loss in revenue there. $220,500 in additional expenditures are needed for interest expense. So the city pays interest on tax accounts that have a prepaid balance. So staff have updated the estimated interest expense based on the current interest rates, and this has resulted in additional funds needed for interest expense. The good news story is the interest income. We're expecting an additional $2 million in interest income in 2023. So with interest rates rising, the city has been able to secure better rates on investments. So interest rates have contributed to the increase since the provisional budget was calculated and has resulted in a significant increase in expected revenues. Landscaping for parks operations was increased by $31,500, and a landscaping tender came in higher than expected, and the budget needed to be increased. The RCMP contract, we have a reduction of $213,500 here, and this is due to the start date of the 3 additional members for 2023 was moved from an April 1st to an August 1st start, as the officers are not expected to arrive before then. And this has resulted in a savings for 2023. However, again, this results in a bit of a push up in 2024 because we've moved a bigger impact to 2024. The net costs for the Vancouver Island Conference Centre has increased by $171,900, and updated costing has been received now that a new contract has been reached with the Vancouver Island Centre operator. So now that we have the contract has been set, we know, have a better idea of what the costs will be, and that has caused an increase here. $859,200 is the increase for wages and benefits, and the drivers of this include the committed contingency estimate was updated to reflect the most recent information relating to the IAFF and QP contracts, as both of those contracts have expired, and we will be going into contract negotiations soon. So as well, an amount for exempt staff was updated as well. And full year costing of the 29 positions added in 2022 is borne in 2023, and this has also slightly contributed to the increase since provisional. And our last item is other, and this is a combination of smaller changes that total $38,900 in increased costs. So it's a lot of small items that net out to that. So all of these items netted in a reduction of $1,207,700 to bring the tax increase down to 6.4 from 7.3 that we had expected at provisional. Whoop, too fast. So there were other changes that happened that did not have a property tax increase impact. And the first item is some changes to the project plan. So as a result of cost and resource pressures relating to projects, staff have gone back to review the current project plan and made changes to reflect what can be done in 2023 and what needs to be pushed out to a further year. So a couple of examples here are there were a number of water and sewer project timing that were changed. as well as the Loudon Boathouse project was changed to reflect a more realistic timeline. A few projects were added or removed to the plan based on need as well, and many of these changes have come to council or the Finance and Audit Committee meeting in either a decision report or a information report. And a couple of examples are the Albertan 4th Street and utility upgrade projects, so there was an increase there, as well as the Terminal Avenue Corridor project, upgrade project phase 1 came to Finance and Audit as well. There were some operating budget changes.
Councillor Gesselbrock has a question.
Oh, thanks. I just wasn't sure what SIR was. Oh, Strategic Infrastructure Reserve.
Yeah, so that is the Fortis operating agreement. So we are receiving higher revenues from the Fortis operating agreement. As all of the Fortis revenue goes into the strategic infrastructure reserve, we made the change to update the amount that's going into that reserve. So in theory, you'll have a bit more money to spend because that revenue source has gone up.
Great. Yeah, I wasn't sure what SIR stood for, and I figured it out. Thanks.
And
like gaming revenue, it's a source of income for the city.
Yep.
Through Fortis Gas, the distribution company.
So the Growing Communities Fund grant, now that we've received the $16 million for the Growing Communities Fund, the budget has been updated to reflect the transfer to the new statutory reserve. And our last item relates to sanitation. So we had 2 temporary positions added to help reduce contamination in recycling, and that is something that was brought to our attention by MMBC. As well, we had some new computer equipment and refuse truck seats that were added to the budget. So these changes have been funded from the sanitation leveling reserve, as the sanitation user fees have been set for the year. So our next steps, so staff will take any changes made here today and adjust the final budget to reflect them. And we'll be back on May 1st, and we will bring the 2023 to 2027 financial plan amendment bylaw, as well as the 2023 property tax bylaw to council for first 3 readings. And then on May 8th, both bylaws will be brought back for adoption, as there is the legislated adoption deadline of May 15th. So in addition to this, I just thought I'd mention that in June, staff will be back to seek the committee's direction on the upcoming 2024 to 2028 financial plan. So if the committee has specific instruction for what you would like to see in the next budget cycle, we'll be looking for feedback at that point. And that brings us to the end of the presentation, so I will be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Thank you very much. In order, Councillors Manley and then Perino, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Mercer. I'm interested in knowing what the Special Initiatives Reserve is used for, how much is in it, and then how that decision came that we were moving money from that reserve into tax reduction.
Through the chair to Councillor Manley. So the Special Initiatives Reserve is, we use that if, say, an allocation of surplus for a very specific purpose, we put it in there, and that funding source is used to fund that specific item. So the biggest thing that we have put in there is the revenue received from the COVID-19 Restart Grant. And when that happened, the council of the day made decisions on what that money was going to be spent on, and then we have drawn money out based on those motions. So that's really how that money, it's not like, say, the SIR, where it's a lump of money that you can spend on a variety of things. It's money that's been put in there for a very specific purpose, and it's only pulled out to fund those items. Now, there is a little bit of excess money in there, that things that we thought we would fund didn't come in quite at those costs. So there will be a little bit, but it's quite minor. But we will come back to council or the committee and say, there's a little bit of money left in there. You could use it to fund whatever initiative that had come up. So I hope that answers your question.
Sort of. I'm still. So it was. Part of this was COVID money. There was a reserve that existed before.
It did, and yes, and
And
Ms.
so is
Fuller
it,
might be able to explain this better than I can, but the money was put in there for a special, specific purpose. And then and when that money is come out of there for that purpose, there is no regular money going into that reserve like there is in the SIR.
and so there was no other purpose for that funding, so it could be used for tax reduction?
And that's what part of the money was earmarked for tax reduction. And so each year based on the amount that was agreed on, we draw that money out. So over the next couple of years, we will finish off that funding there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perino, then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you, of course, to Ms. Mercer. So back on the 2023 revenues on slide number 10, you'll know this, you don't even have to look at, but I'm just wondering what grants in lieu of taxes means. I was thinking, is that the deferred taxes that then, yes, so what is that?
So grants in lieu of taxes, so there are certain federal and provincial properties that do not get a tax notice, but they pay us an amount based on our tax rates and assessed value, taxes in lieu. And that's what that money is. So it's a separate, they don't get a tax notice.
Yes.
They pay us an amount, and that's what's considered taxes in lieu.
Could I ask you for an example, just so I...
So the port is a pilt. So they see the Brandon Lake penitentiary.
Yes.
That would be an example
Makes
of a
sense.
building that
Okay.
is paid that way.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
BC Ferries.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. No? No? I'm hearing no. Good try.
BC Ferries is different.
And my final question, it's mind-boggling how much information you have, and I appreciate so much, and you just went at the perfect pace to be able to get it, so I appreciate that. And I just wonder, any projects that we agree to today could change that 6.4% anticipated tax increase, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Perino, if you reduce the amount of funding from general taxation, that would affect the tax, that 6.4. But if you, like many of our projects are funded through reserves.
Yes.
So changing projects that are funded from reserve will not affect that 6.4.
Okay.
So we've funded approximately $8 million from taxation.
Yes.
And that's really the change to that amount is the only thing that would change the 6.4%.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Gesselbrock, and then Councillor Eastmere.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to staff. So basically, like, just with the different numbers coming in, our taxes are about 1% lower, 0.95% lower. Are we still providing from our reserves? I was trying to pull up the graph here to artificially lower the tax rate for this year. We're still doing that in this budget?
Yes.
I guess my question is like, we're still artificially lowering our taxes, and then we're paying for it. Like, it almost feels like you're paying for it double going into the following year, because you're not collecting that money, and then you have to collect it, and then for that year as well. Does it make sense to not put that money into the reserve? Like, I got a feeling that, you know, if we're going to hit a recession or whatever, it'll be coming up, you know, like a year from now, and right now things are relatively a little bit better, to like have a bit more of a tax hit this year so that we're not already painted ourselves into a corner the following year.
Through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrock, that is something you could do. There is $1.1 million coming out of reserves to reduce taxes, and then there is $300,000 next year and $100,000 in year 2025. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that is something that you could do. That's the
okay, and just if we were going to model that, like say if we stick with whatever we were going to do this year what at the 7% tax increase as opposed to 6.4 or whatever it was, how much would that reduce our 2024 tax? I know you probably can't whip out a calculator and do it right here, but do we have that modeled at all, or would that be something that
we could, but it will take us a few minutes to do that, and I'll have to switch seats with Ms. Fulla.
Okay.
So she can use the computer, yeah.
And then my other question is, like, say we wanted to look at that as an option, when would be the time to bring that forward, like if it wasn't at this council meeting?
Well, we are back we're kind of running out of meetings to have this adopted before the 15th, but we could have a special meeting for the adoption.
Okay.
But that is something that's a legislative services and Mr. Rudolph call. If we got you the numbers, that could be something you could make a decision on today.
Your Worship, we do have, I think, 3 Mondays in a row of council meetings scheduled for May already. I do think it is wise, and this was my question of finance as well, what can we do this year to mitigate the apparent increase for next year? And is it wise to do what some of those suggestions are, or is it more wise to smooth it out? Because at the end of the day, it's not a year-to-year thing. We're in for the long haul here on this, and how do we smooth our expectations out? So I think it's a valid question. So, but what they've done is presented a budget that now nets out at 0.95% less than what we had earlier for all the reasons that were outlined. So would you want to find a way to reduce the anticipated increase for next year, knowing that there's going to be a whole process and that may not be the number anyway? Not sure. Nobody can really answer that question with the economy the way it is. But I think your point's exactly what I would have expected from council, knowing that the 8.1 jumped right out immediately to me for next year, which is really, we're only really dealing with this year. And we have to have numbers for next year, but all things considered, what we anticipate the pressures to be for next year, that's where we're at. And then there will be budget instructions given to staff in the June session or sessions, which we call for a mandate. And so if council says, no, we should be pushing for something less than that or look for options. And we're going to actually have an interesting conversation later this morning about user fees. And, you know, what's the relationship between general taxation and making sure that you're comfortable with that versus the user pay philosophy, which is people that are benefiting from using certain things should be paying maybe that lift. So there's a lot of moving pieces here. So I do think there's some meeting space it's tight between now and the May 15th deadline. And any directions that council wants to. This was intended to be more of a workshop. There were no motions attached to this, but we could certainly build that into. But there may be an extra meeting or two in there to do that. Essentially, this year it's a good news story, but anticipating next year, how do we look at this over, even year term? So, yeah.
Great. To just follow up on that, I just. From doing this now for 5 years, it just always seems not like a great idea to reduce your taxation through reserves because you got to pay at some point and it's just worse later on. In terms of being able to have it modeled and to review this, would you need a motion today to have this as a decision point, or? I'm just looking at sort of how to play this stuff.
Your Worship, I do think through Councillor, I do think that motions would be necessary because otherwise it's conversation. And, is there a consensus from Council that they're looking for those types of directions, any ones that you may come up with?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. Through you, my question has to do with the retroactive RCMP costs associated with our new, or the latest collective agreement. I recall we had some money set aside for the anticipated download to municipalities, and just given the numbers, do you think that we have enough budgeted?
Through the chair to Council Eastmere, yes. So we had, I think we had about $6.6 million allocated for that, and it came in at about 5.8. So that was the adjustment that the auditor mentioned, the $200 correction, that our liability is overstated by 200,000 because that we didn't get that amount till March 31st. But to answer your question, yes, we have more than enough money.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Couple of questions. Can you just, if it's easy to pull up, Ms. Fuller's got the screen in front of her, the revenue we're receiving, anticipated to receive from gaming and from Fortis Gas through the Van Crellen Gas Agreement upcoming year?
So while she's looking for that, I can tell you what the impact of taking the reserve funding out. Oh, Wendy, can you scroll up? Oh, it's so until we crunch the numbers, it's looking like it would be a 7.2 increase for each year. So 2023 would be 7.3 and 2024 would be a 7.3% increase. To 6.4 and 8.1.
And then, and is there further pressure on farther years out? Sorry for jumping in there. I've got a follow-up question. Is there taxation implications from the reserve contribution in 2022 put even further out? So, you know, it changes it from 8.2, and then the following year, does it stay the same regardless of what we do, or does it lower it for 2020?
Can you flip back so I can see on your sorry, your 3 was. The screen's only this big. It's not a computer, so I'm working on. It's like working on my phone. The numbers in going out are much smaller, so the impact will be much less. But if you took that 1.1 and moved it out in years, then that would have a different impact as well.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrecht, so I removed the 1.1 from the Special Initiatives Reserve in 2023, which brought us down to the approximately 7.2. I left the 300,000 in 2024 and the 100,000 in 2025. So then the only other impact was in 2024. It brought it down to a starting point of approximately 7.2. It might be 7.3 because we're doing it on the fly here. We have to crunch all the numbers, but it had no impact on the tax increase for 2025. And then that would allow you to have 1.1 million in your Special Initiatives Reserve for other initiatives, projects, potentially tax reductions in the future, but you see the dangers of that is there's a ongoing impact when you use reserves to reduce property taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great line of questioning, and I'm actually, given Mr. Rudolph's advice, I'm going to move that we not pull the 1.1 out of reserves for the 2023 tax year, thereby reducing the 2024.
Seconded.
Seconded, Councillor Gesselbrock.
If I may, Your Worship, I would just say, philosophically, I think smoothing out these knowing the increases are here, they're coming, we can't reduce them, smoothing them out over the course of our term is probably the best bet. I've always been uncomfortable pulling from reserves to reduce taxes. I don't think that's a good financial strategy. COVID made me change my mind on that, but I would like to, going forward, not pull on reserves to reduce property taxes.
Councillor Thorpe and then Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I'm sorry, I can't support this idea. I think next year's numbers are very much, with all due respect to our finance department, a guesstimate to some extent. A lot of things can happen between now and this time next year. And I don't see much point in artificially manipulating things at this stage of the game in this tax assessment year. If we were going to play with numbers, looking at that chart in the years ahead, I think next year would be more the time to do that. If a larger increase is on the horizon for next year, then next year we can talk about moving things ahead to a future year. But at this point, I think our tax rate, as has been determined, is quite reasonable. And as I say, there's too many uncertainties between now and a year from now for me to want to play with it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. In order, Councillors Prino, Gesselbrock, and Eastmere.
Well, Your Worship, Councillor Thorpe took away all the good comments that I made, but I'll also agree that I won't be voting in favor of this. And it's, I think Mr. Rudolph said it quite clearly that we don't know for sure what's going to be happening in 2024, and there may be more projects, less projects, who knows? At this point, Ms. Mercer's done a very good job to try and bring the tax implications down, and I'm not prepared to smooth it out. And we'll take a look at next year, because certainly the following years appear to be much more consistently lower. And so if we're going to do some smoothing out, it would be next year for me that I would be interested in looking at that.
Councillor Gesselbrock, Eastmere. We've got Councillors Armstrong and Brown as well has joined us.
Yeah, I think that we're artificially manipulating the taxation this year unnecessarily, and you know, that money has got to come from somewhere, so we're just going to have to pay for it the next year. And I can guarantee that, you know, folks that aren't excited about a 7% tax increase sure as heck aren't going to be excited about an 8% tax increase next year. And you know, every time it goes up to those higher numbers, it just gets worse and worse. So I think the pressure is worse, and we're basically signing up for that by artificially manipulating it this year. And I think the benefits is that, you know, it frees up another $1 million this year to pay for, you know, significant cost overruns that we're experiencing on other projects. And ultimately, I think that, we do know the no-knowns this year. Next year is going to be a lot more unknowns, and so I think we're just increasing the risk by not doing this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. And, you know, further to that, I think we had already come to terms with it being 7.3% this year from our earlier discussion. So it was a nice surprise today that it potentially could be lower. But, you know, given the opportunity and given that we've already received the beefs in the paper about it being 7.3%, we might as well just continue on this path and then save ourselves that money for future years, so that you know, we can help offset at that point. And you know, given the increases many other municipalities are seeing, 7.3% is very reasonable. So I think this would be a smart move. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I won't be in favor of this motion. I too don't like taking from reserves, but however, I think it's important this year. Inflation is now dropping, so it could drop even more next year, and we'll be in a better shape than what's anticipated. I know people I talk to are really hurting right now, and that 1% can make a big difference. So I just won't be in support of this motion. Thank you.
And thank you. And Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very pleasantly surprised by this motion, as it's been my consistent stance that it's quite irresponsible to use the reserves to artificially lower it. Goes against all best practices, and if there's an opportunity to correct that, I'm very happy to support that. So appreciate Councillor Hemmings for putting this on the floor. And you know, our projections are what they are. For Councillor Thorpe and finance staff do their best jobs, knowing that there's going to be decisions made in next year's budget that can impact that. But if I go back the last 4 years and budgets before that, that starting number never goes down. So, you know, I think when we're taking proper accounting of all the things that we have going on, the service delivery, our asset management program, it's been years, and, you know, this is not a criticism of staff, but it's been, local governments in general have had years of not ensuring that revenues meet asset gaps. And this, you know, it's a small amount of money, $1.1 million, but these can go to address projects or asset management gaps. And when you have responsible taxation, that's what it looks like. So I'm very supportive of this motion, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting the motion as well. I think that there's a lot of unknowns coming up, but we could be in recession next year. We do have a lot of projects that are running over budget that we could be using these funds for, and for those reasons, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
I'm supportive of keeping taxes as low as possible, and this is a way to do it, not only for this year, but the following year, and avoid problems. So thank you.
This is a very interesting motion, and I'm going to pick up on a word that's been used several times by several councillors, and that's artificially keeping taxes low. The point of setting aside money is to ensure that when times get tough, which is a phrase that's rather beaten to death, I think, in the last year with the lowest unemployment we've seen in decades, but that's a long story for another day, and with the value of people's property increasing, and that's all non-taxable capital gains. I'm very sympathetic to those who are suffering in our community, but for many people, these are not bad times. Jobs are available, and having gone through periods of time in my life where the unemployment rate was substantially higher and interest rates were through the roof and people were paying 20% and 25% on mortgage rates, etc., which lasted for a while, again, I think we are talking ourselves to some extent into an unnecessary potential recession, which isn't evidenced by a whole number of things. So when we talk about artificially reducing, that's what the money's been set aside for consistently. That's why this previous councils set in place the policy whereby we set aside 1% annually for asset management, which is very, very good public policy. You know, 3 years ago, I never thought I'd see a war in Ukraine. I didn't think we'd see all kinds of things. And so I appreciate what some may regard as a conservative fiscal approach by saying, let's not, to use the language of others, not my language, artificially reduce the tax increase. We don't know what next year is going to look like. And I'm not prepared, given that we have, to some extent, taken the political hit already for 7.4 or 7.3 to whatever we were initially looking at. Councillor Eastermer's point is well taken. You know, why not reduce it? Because candidly, most people don't notice their tax increase until they get their actual tax bill. It's just a bit of reporting, and when they actually get the piece in the mail or however they receive it, that's when we start to get the phone calls and people are paying attention to what the tax increase is. I'm not convinced that this motion, this late in the day, given how long we've been considering this budget and looking at what we're looking at, I'm not convinced that this is the time to switch course. We essentially approved by either implication or inaction or in a positive way that we would take the 1.1 million out of reserves in order to ensure that we had a lower tax rate this year than might otherwise have been the case. I'm just not satisfied that this late in the day it's a good idea to switch horses on this, even though candidly I'm always delighted to see budgets that don't attract too much political criticism, but you know, no one gets into this game for the accolades. So having said that, I'm not prepared today to support the motion, appreciating that it may well pass, because next year, who knows where we'll be for sure. We predict, we do our best. No one anticipated the kind of increase we got in terms of revenue. If inflation drops, perhaps our income drops, you're right, we'll be in trouble. If inflation continues to remain steady, then we see our income go up, but we see the cost of construction go up, we may have to look at our whole capital program. So I'm not prepared to support the motion. Councillor Armstrong, are you back to say some more now, or is your hand just still up? Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'll be really quick. Just point of clarity, the 1% asset management is being requisitioned through this and has in every subsequent budget. What we are talking about here is a previous council decision that was again agreed to earlier in the year around using monies from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, which was, is not typically funded as the asset management reserve is funded through that continued 1% increase. I just think that clarity is important as we discuss this matter. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other speakers. All those in favor of the motion? Councillors Eastmere, Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Manley, and Brown, and those opposed? Mayor Krogh, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Thorpe, and Councillor Perino. The motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Interesting debate. Any further questions for Ms. Mercer and the team?
Your Worship, just to add another piece of information for your consideration going into the next meeting, I asked Ms. Fola for what does this percent number translate into absolute dollars? And for the average folio house, it's between $21 and $22. That's the number that's attached to this percent. So I think it's important. We often get driven towards the percent increase, but it's also important to understand the absolute numbers as well. So for that average $807,000 house, that's what I'm advised the difference is in this conversation. So I think it's just a piece of information you should be aware of.
So to translate it into language my wife would happily understand, that's 4 cappuccinos, no-fat cappuccinos with extra cinnamon at Starbucks. Any response to my previous question, Ms. Fuller, about?
Yes.
Thank you.
She gave it to me, and I don't know what I did with it. Thank you. Go ahead.
To the chair. So for 2023, we're budgeting $2.6 million in casino revenue. So $1.742 million of that will go to the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, because as you know, basically 2/3 goes to reserve, 1/3 goes to reduce property taxes, and we're budgeting $560,000 coming from Fortis, and that all goes directly to your Strategic Infrastructure Reserve.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on the financial plan update? Any further motions on the financial plan update? All right, if not, then we're on to the Growing Communities Fund allocation report.
Your Worship, would this be a logical time to have a break as opposed to waiting to 10:30?
Actually, that's probably not a bad idea. Good suggestion, Ms. Robertson. Let's take the morning break now then. Thank you.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town. Whoa! Yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400. So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make a replacement. And the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2-sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Fund allocation report. Ms. Mercer, your morning.
Thank you. I think this might be my last one of the day. So in March, the city received $16,088,000 from the provincial government through the Growing Communities Fund. And these funds are designed to help local governments prioritize local infrastructure and amenity projects to enable community growth. So projects such as water supply and distribution, water waste management, road improvements and upgrades, recreation and park amenities, as well as sidewalks, curbing, and lighting are some examples of some of the projects that are allowable under this program. So now that the money has been received and specific details have been provided on what type of projects it can be used for, staff have proposed splitting the money into 2 groups. So the first group would allocate $8 million for funding of future budget shortfalls in the current 2022 or 2023 to 2027 financial plan. So with the current market conditions as they are, it is anticipated that several projects in the current financial plan will need further funding to be completed.
Ms. Mercer, Councillor Brown has his hand up already. Is just anxious to get on the list, first on the list later?
Not first on the list. I was just putting myself on there. So,
thank you.
So the Growing Community Fund can be used instead of depleting the city's reserves. And some examples of projects that staff were thinking about were the turf field at Harewood Centennial Park, and that is an upcoming report on the agenda. Loudon Paddling Center, the Westwood Lake Improvements Phase 2, as well as the Marie Davidson Bike Park. So these were just some of the examples that staff had come up with in thinking that they're probably going to need further funding to be completed. And of course, staff would bring reports to council for consideration as funding needs come up. So as over budgets come up, we would bring those projects forward to council for consideration, and the funding would come from the Growing Communities Fund Reserve Fund. The second group would be to allocate the remaining $8,088,000 for funding of new projects for consideration to include into the upcoming 2024 to 2028 financial plan. So there are many projects that are not included in the current financial plan that could be if they were funded from the Growing Communities Fund. However, most of these projects will need further work before an accurate budget could be allocated to them. So the idea is that staff would compile a list of possible Growing Community Fund funded projects as part of their project plan update work that is currently underway. And then staff would come back in September with a list of recommendations for council's consideration. So that just gives staff a bit more time to put together some accurate budgeting, or as accurate as possible. And some of the projects that were ideas for inclusion could be the South End Community Center design and or land purchases that are not currently in the budget. Some other projects are lighting the ENN Trailway, infill sidewalk projects, Bevan Park multi-use trail, as well as the Commercial Street Reimagined Phase 2 or 3. So those are just some examples of some type of projects that could be included for the next budget cycle. And something else to keep in mind when you're thinking about the project plan is that the city is still waiting for an announcement on the Community Works Fund. So the current Community Works Fund agreement ends in March of 2024. This revenue source is not included in the 5-year plan other than 2023. And it is most likely that the fund will continue, but we don't know what the funding level will be or if they're going to make any changes to the type of projects that it can fund. So once we receive details on the new agreement, staff will add that back to the budget, and then that will allow projects to be added back or accelerated in the plan. And we anticipate that we will have information for council in the 2024 to 2028 final financial plan presentation. So we figure sometime after this December, we will have better information on that. And just for reference, the city did receive just over $4 million from the Community Works Fund in 2022. So the combination of the two kind of funding opportunities between the Growing Communities Fund and the Community Works Fund has the potential to add some funding for many projects to come into the financial plan. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mercer. In order, Councillors Brown and Armstrong, both coming in electronically.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Mercer, for this report and all the other reports. It's nice to have them all on the agenda. It helps contextualize things. So just a quick note, I did notice that the FAQ provincial document included in the agenda was dated March 14th, but there was actually an updated one as of April 5th. I'm not sure, I didn't have time to go through to see what changed in that document, but I just wanted to flag that in the event that there's additional flexibility or constraints there with the funding that need to be analyzed. But my question, I have two questions, and I'll ask them both. Obviously, there's a recommendation here for something like the turf field, but then immediately after in the agenda package is consideration of the turf field. So for my own understanding, if we allocate these funds as suggested, are they spent as such, or is there future council approval needed? And then my second question is just generally trying to understand how the types of allocations, the discussion around how the types of allocations are suggested to council. So, for example, I know, and I'm just choosing one example, but these funds could be used for some housing-related matters, such as DCCs or potential land acquisitions and things like that, which would then maybe create flexibility within the Housing Legacy Reserve Fund to fund different things. So I'm just curious the level of detail and analysis that occurs to produce these recommendations to council. Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor Brown. So your first question, are we stuck to these funding allocations in the two groups? If they're unspent, you could choose as a group to change the funding allocations. This was kind of in all honesty, you could use the $16 million to cover shortfalls, or you could use the $16 million to add new projects to the plan. It was kind of the thought as staff, as a group, that kind of splitting it was a good idea, because then you cover the shortfalls and you also have an opportunity to add some projects into the plan. Of course, however you want to split that money or spend it is up to you, but that's how we thought at this point in time that we could split it. With regards to what type of projects came up, staff recommended certain projects, but by no means is that a complete list, or there are many different things that could be considered for this funding. So these are just some of the things that were initial thoughts that staff had come up with.
Okay, so just for my clarity, like, so say in this report, we approve it all as recommended, but then in the very next report, say there's a motion not to proceed with the turf field at that time. How does, then happens? That's what I'm trying to understand, just sort of the sequencing of these things.
Sorry, that money would sit in the Growing Communities Fund Reserve Fund until the committee and council ultimately approved an allocation from that statutory fund. So it's a recommendation, but it's something that if you chose not to go with that recommendation, it would sit there until you spent it on something else. We have 5 years to spend the money, so there is some time to spend it. The other thing I forgot to mention when I was introducing the report is another option that council could consider is that you could use the Growing Communities Fund to, instead of borrowing, to fund the planned land purchase that is currently in the budget. So the repayment of this debt is over 5 years, and it is funded from taxation. And because it's funded from taxation, if you swapped out the funding source, that would have a reduction in the tax percentage for 2024, because we're using the we're expecting to start debt in December, and so repayment will start in full swing in 2024, and that is pushing up the property tax increase in 24. So you could use the Growing Communities Fund to fund those land purchases instead of borrowing. So I forgot to mention that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, please.
Actually, it's good. That was my question on the land purchases. Do you know roughly how much decrease in taxation that would mean if we did use the, you have up to 5 million for land purchases? Would that be almost like a 4% decrease in taxation?
Through the chair to Councillor Armstrong, yes, it's approximately around a 1% reduction. Might be a little bit less, but it will be around 1%.
Thank you.
Thank you. In order, Councillors Prino, Gesselbrock, and Eastmere.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry? Yes.
Want me to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, my questions were around land purchase as well. And I know, you know, having discussions in previous meetings, we need to do things around our agreements with BC Housing that we don't have the land that we need in some cases, having conversations with Mr. Corson that I've seen other communities that have used these funds for land for affordable housing, for workforce housing, I'd call it, because we have a lot of workers in our community living in vehicles. This has become a really expensive place to live for people who work in our service economy, whether that's in healthcare or just, you know, other services. And so I'm curious about using these funds to help us build out. You know, we have a real need in this community in terms of supportive housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, seniors housing, and we want to accelerate some of these things with BC Housing to get some of these projects moving in our community, including the navigation center. And so, you know, I see that as a real priority for this community and for this council. So I see land purchases on there, and so that was basically my question, was if we could allocate more to land purchases.
Thank you. I was going to say that between my big thumbs and people dropping on and off, Councillor Perino, did you want to? Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a couple of questions through you again to Ms. Mercer. So if I just, this first year is always the one, gotta get it all figured out. The Community Works Fund, which is a separate grant for us, and we received in 2022 $4 million, right? How much of that do we have left? Just, I can't remember.
Mrs. Wood can look that up, but we do have to spend all of it by 2024. So
Okay. I just wondered if there was, and it can be used for some of the same initiatives that you've discussed, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in fact, if we have, I can't remember how much we've got left in that, but if we had, say, 2 million left.
Through the chair to Councillor Perino. So our opening balance in the Community Works Fund is approximately $11.3 million. By the end of this year, we anticipate having about 7.7 million left, and at the end of 2024, only about 552,000.
Okay.
And also keep in mind, Community Works funds cannot be used for land purchases. Land
Okay.
purchases is prohibited.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so if I can continue on, Your Worship. So one of the statements that you made on the first page of the report, development finance portions of infrastructure costs that support affordable, attainable housing. So in other words, because one of the things that I hear from particular groups that are trying to build attainable housing, you know, supportive attainable, is the costs that, you know, it's not the land, it's not the building, it's some of the underground costs just to get the services there, things like that, you know, the DCCs. So could we use this fund for those kinds of purchases? Or is it just the DCCs, which is something separate?
Through the chair to Councillor Perino, I do know that there is a couple of complications when you fund a DCC.
Yes.
Funded. You do have to go in and update your DCC bylaw, which then creates a whole bunch of work with that.
Yes. Okay.
So as it is possible, but then there are repercussions of doing that.
Okay.
So
okay.
It is possible.
And the reason why I ask the question is that I think sometimes some groups, you know, they're close to being able to do the build, but it's all the extra costs that they can't take care of. And so I was thinking, you know, if there was some way that we could help, particularly for those that are going to build attainable housing, then it becomes worthwhile for us to help to fund that.
And that is something that we can look at if you are agreeable for us to come back in September with a bunch of different ideas that could
I certainly would be.
Yeah.
I'd be really interested. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Worship. One question I just had is just clarity on the land purchases, like that this fund could be used for. You mentioned that there was money that we would be borrowing, and I was just curious what specific piece of, I mean, I don't know if we can exactly get into that here, yes. But okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I just in general, I'm not sure if I'm entirely comfortable with how this money would be allocated. I'm leaning more towards utilizing it for land. I can see some utility for some projects that there's shortfall to that to come to council, and that time we could decide maybe to pull it from this fund, but to allocate it now, I'm not in favor for that. Thank you.
Your Worship, just to help guide the conversation a little bit, this is just a framework. One of the options council has is to spend all this money, allocate it today, and we've not come to you suggesting you do that. Another option is to push all this money into more discussion and refine these projects to a point where you're comfortable and build that into budget once things get a little clearer. That's an expansion of the second piece of this chart. However, the next decision item is on the turf field, and we're recommending that you can and should draw from, if you want to go ahead with this project, draw from this account to pay for that additional cost. There's other monies that have been allocated from other reserves as well. So that's the connection today. So in getting into the housing conversation as an example, Orlando, there's probably a number of things that you need to work yourself through in terms of a consensus on what your priorities are and how you're going to allocate, and then put money towards those things. And over the course of the next several months, getting to the budget cycle for the fall, you're probably going to be in a position to do that and then know where you're going. But any direction, and this is a key one for us, is that you might have in terms of themes, be it housing or any of these topics, will be useful to come out of today with. So I think I understand what Councillor Brown is asking, is this carved in stone, this framework, or is this fluid? So I think you probably want to give us the instructions on how you interpret this, and then you'll be asked to be making individual decisions as you go forward.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on this? Not seeing any. Ms. Mercer, do you have any questions for council or any requests?
No, just other than to say this money will sit in the Growing Communities Fund Reserve Fund, and it will earn interest, and until such time that the committee and ultimately council decides what they want to spend it on. So it's a segregated fund, so it will sit there until.
Councillor Thorpe has a question.
Oh, no, just a quick comment, Your Worship, before we end this topic. I appreciate the information, Ms. Mercer. I guess my only thought at this stage of the game, Your Worship, would be that I wouldn't be in favor of putting all of our money eggs in one basket, and I like the idea of splitting the money between unallocated or allocation shortfalls, I'll put it that way, and potential new projects, which could indeed include land purchase or housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the sensible approach, and I concur. If nothing further on this, we are on to, thank you, Ms. Mercer, Ms. Fulla, on to the Harewood Artificial Turf Field tender results and next steps. Mr. Harding, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for having this one right after that last report, because I know we're definitely asking Council for some substantial funds to make this project happen. As Council knows, I don't typically go through reports in detail, but given that this is we're at a crossroads with this project, and it's had a lot of history, a lot of support from the community, but there's definitely, we're at a point, do we want to proceed this year with the project, which staff are strongly recommending that we do, and we've provided Council some options of which way to proceed. But I know there's a lot of some clarity to do in regards to where we're at with the project and how we're proceeding. I know, for example, we have tendered the civil component out. That's in the report. We've added the actual. We had 4 tenders on the civil side of it, and that's why we're here today, because we know that the true cost of the civil portion, which is the major percentage of this project. These are major facilities. These aren't just fields. These are major facilities that have a strong civil component that infrastructure lasts 80 plus years. The turf fields themselves, those come and go over a 10 to 15 year cycle. But this facility, these are 2 major facilities. With that, I also want to let Council know if they have any questions. We have Doug Warnell, who is a sports architect. He's online to answer any question on the construction of the fields, how the market is going across North America and Canada. Mr. Warnell builds many different types of sporting venues across Canada and into the United States. So we can answer any questions Council may have on how these are structured. I know some Council members want to know some issues about safety and other environmental potential concerns of the fields. Again, staff strongly support these types of venues. They're just, I'll probably use a terrible pun a few times, but these are real game changers when it comes to providing sports amenities in the community. These 2 fields particularly have been part of a planning process for a number of years, part of the South End with the Harewood Neighborhood Association, particularly with the Harewood Centennial Park, sport groups to find sports, these types of amenities in the South End, as well as building on the success we had with the school board and doing Quinnistook Stadium, Quinnistook Field. The partnership here with John Barsby High School is very strong. As you can see if you go through the report, there's a new additional letter from the school board adding some more funds to the project because they're really strongly wanting this project to proceed also. They've added another 200,000 to the 500 that they've already given, which is 700, with the thought if other monies do free up for them, they're in their budget cycle now. They can't commit any more right now, but if monies did free up, that they would consider that also. So with that, maybe I'll stop and see if there's any questions, and also if there's any questions to Mr. Warnell on the overall project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warnell. And as you know, I'm reminded of the old saying, nothing good comes cheap. Councillor Perino and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you to Mr. Harding. So a couple of questions, actually, if you don't mind. It's I'm wondering what the lifespan of turf is, just the turf. Obviously, the recreational fields, they're, you know, just incredibly important, and I just couldn't agree more that it's just so good for a community and great for our kids to grow up and be involved in activities of this type. So I just wondered, what's the life of a turf field itself, the product?
Thank you, Worship, Councillor Perino. It depends on the types of use we have. So we have a lot of adult play. Yeah. The lifespan goes down. A lot of youth play, which these fields will primarily have youth play, although seven-a-side soccer, which is 600 to 800 to 900 adults, they'll be on these fields too. I'll ask Mr. Warnell to confirm, but typically we're around 10, 15 years on a turf field. Okay. For example, we're also going to tender out the second artificial turf field is at its end of life, so we're actually going to tender out 3 fields this year of this procedure. We'll tender these 2 turfs, and then we'll tender the replacement for the second artificial turf field, which is about 12 years old, I believe. Mr. Warnell,
yes,
would that be right?
I can concur that you'll get 12 years of use minimally out of this. We get more lifespan out of our fields because of our rainy climate. It's UV light that basically kills the field, not use by the players. So we typically get 12 years of use, and that can be easily pushed to about 14. But after about 14, the UV has finished it off, and it has to be replaced. Something to remind yourself if you're out on the beach tanning. But everything else, the shock pad underneath has at least 25 years plus under it. Of course, the concrete's forever. So really your main life cycle cost in an artificial turf field is every 12 to 14 so years you'll be replacing it. The infill within the turf is reusable. So it gets vacuumed out, bagged, and then put back in after the new turf is down. So it's not the full field replacement, just the turf itself.
And my second question, if I may, and my last question, is there's been a great deal of discussion around the whole issue of whether or not these turfs are safe, particularly for people playing on them. And I'm talking about the environmental concerns that I've heard that is, you know, what are you hearing? What's the data saying so far?
I'll ask Mr. Warnell to do that because he's dealing with this across the country and he's in many communities. I think he's built 120 of these alone, not to mention a bunch of other facilities. But I would also answer, Your Worship, to Councillor Perino, the hours of use these fields get, which we don't mention. So our 2 artificial turf fields at Bevan Park each get about 2,000 hours each. So that's about 4,000. What we've experienced with being beside a high school, and the high school use, because the high school will move all their uses over here, we're up to about 3,000 hours of use on these fields. So they're real workhorses, and of course they're always open and always in play because of, again, back to the infrastructure that this is. The majority of the work, they're a little bit like an iceberg. The majority of this is underground. So I feel sometimes this is the closest I ever get to be an engineer because most of the real expensive stuff is underground here that you don't see, and that's the drainage and the piping and those sites, which makes these fields just work so well for the community, particularly in this climate. But Mr. Warnell can answer some of the specific questions.
So I guess I'll start by saying that in the United States, there are large companies that build natural grass fields. And it is to their advantage to put out press releases that question the safety of fields. There's also been some sensational sort of stuff like one of those news investigation shows in the United States, Dateline or something like that, which claimed that there was a high degree of cancer amongst goldies playing on artificial turf fields, which was completely debunked and in fact found the cancer rate for soccer goalies is lower than the general population, as you would expect of a healthy person. But if we go to just the facts, all studies done around the world have not indicated any adverse health effect as far as like chemical interaction. There's very positive health effects for activity. So there is no chances of cancer from these fields. The chemicals that are often thrown out there have such a wide range of, like, it's not just one chemical. It's kind of like cancer. We say cancer, but there's 50 different or 100 different cancers. So it's the same thing. And so the current studies, including from the EPA in the United States, show no, and including California, show no adverse health effects. There's the just sort of this innuendo that there might be, and I guess at that point, there's that always better safe than sorry. But if you live by that motto, you don't even get out of the house. I would say that the health benefits of activity on a field are far greater than any risk to health of athletes on it. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is microplastics, which is of great concern. And I guess in Europe, they are now starting to ban certain kinds of infill. But again, a high level of politics at play here. The highest, if you look at rubber infill that goes into these fields, the largest contributor to microplastics in the environment are car tires, just rolling along the street. And in Europe, although they are now starting to curtail the infill material, companies like Perel and Michelin were completely exempt. So they know where the political pressure can be applied, and they know where it's a non-starter. I would say that the chances of any of this rubber becoming part of the environment in getting into the oceans or things as microplastics are pretty slim. The most of the time the infill that's lost is in shoes and bags that end up in your house and get vacuumed up and put into the garbage, or they end up around the site and just get contained in the grass. It's very unlikely that any, even over 10 years, significant amount of infill will get there. The famous case locally was the field in Victoria at Oak Bay High. But the problem there was that the turf that was installed was of very poor quality, and the infill was being sloughed off into an immediately adjacent canal, which led people to think, well, this is how we'll get water, these types of plastic in the environment. I would say in this situation, there's probably very little of that. Then the third and last point I'll make on this is that artificial turf, everybody would love to play on natural grass, but natural grass is a luxury now. There is no economic argument to build natural grass fields when you have artificial turf fields at your ability to put in place. The reason for that is minimally in terms of number of hours uses, and I don't mean, like you can use an artificial turf field 3 in the morning or sort of thing. Like I mean in regular hours, you will get 6 times the use on an artificial turf field of bookable hours than natural grass fields. And that's simply because natural grass has a limit to how much you can play on it. Therefore, when you're looking at, there's about 300 to 400 hours. So, 5 to 6 natural grass fields, the cost of constructing those at, $700,000 a piece, the cost of maintaining 6 of them, and the cost of the land for 6 fields. So basically, these 2 fields here represent 12 natural grass fields in terms of hours of use. The other difference is, although it has been tried, there's no way to maintain a sports field. I'm not talking about front lawns or boulevard grass. I'm talking about sports fields. There's no way to maintain sports fields without herbicides and insecticides. It has been attempted, but what happens is the grass becomes very poor quality, very clumpy, and basically dangerous. So in order to provide a safe, playable natural grass surface, you still have to water it a lot, and you have to provide herbicides at certain times of the year and insecticides at certain times of the year. And then, whether or not that's worth it, if you want to go if you feel it's not in your best interest, go synthetic turf. I don't know. There's sort of a debate of whether or not herbicides, insecticides, fertilizers, things like that are, when applied properly, are damage to the environment. But I can certainly say that just the amount of that compared to an artificial turf field is significant. So, and we can provide studies. There's plenty of studies from the American government and from private institutions, and that can show you that the health benefits versus the supposed potential health problems certainly aren't there. So I would say there's just a health benefit to artificial turf field.
I'll just close and thank you, Your Worship, for the comments from the speaker as well as Mr. Harding. I'm personally very much in favor of turf. The maintenance level is just 100 times less, obviously, and the lack of needing water is such a positive. So I'm very much in favor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor, I think Councillor Brown is next.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry, we're not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm on my phone and on the video, and of course a call came in just as I was trying to speak. So thanks, Councillor Prino, for your questions there. I just have one question, but just a little bit of context. I've generally been highly supportive of any sporting infrastructure investment in Nanaimo. So I for a whole variety of reasons, especially when it comes to youth. But I am struggling with this one, just on the cost escalation. I've been fortunate enough in the past 6 weeks to 2 months to have attended a whole series of talks or had access to economists, and they're talking about cost escalation and in a lot of instances how it relates to local government and the impact increased stimulus and big project spending is having on that. And so, Mike, I just want to be absolutely clear. My understanding is both with respect to all funding sources, but in particular the granting funding sources, there would be no reason we couldn't issue this for tender next year as well to test costing then. Is that correct, Mr. Harding?
Your Worship, sorry to Councillor Brown, just you're breaking up there a little bit. Are you saying that there's no risk to tender it next year? Is that the question?
There's nothing within any of our funding requirements that says we have to spend this money now. We could reissue it for tender next year.
Your Worship, through the Councillor Brown, we'd have to cancel this tender because we have a legal obligation to respond to the low bidder on this, and again, that's another reason we're in front of you now. 2 reasons. One is to get the work started so we can get it done this year. 2 is we have a deadline to get back to the low bid. We'd have to cancel the bid, and there is some ramifications of going back with the same project next year. But council definitely does have the authority if the project is well over budget, you need to stop. We would probably need to, Ms. Mercer may be able to answer whether the purchasing side of things, we'd have to redo the scope of the project to justify going back out with the same project.
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, if you waited a year or longer, then you could potentially go out without any changes to the plan. But if you were going to plan to just take the same plan back in 6 months, it looks like bid shopping, and that is obviously not any outcome we want. So we would have to change the scope of the project if we were going to go out in the short term. But if you're going out in a year or 2, you could go out with the same plan.
Okay, so, and just for absolute clarity, we would still have access to our federal grant funding if we waited a duration like a year. I'm just thinking we got project has come in 2x overpriced, and it's $10 million. But the big portion of that is federal grant funding. But the length of time that we have to use that funding is significant, correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Fullett is looking up the rules on that. She thinks that we would have to go back to them with revised timing for the project. So that could impact the project. But we will confirm that once she finds that in the agreement.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Your Worship. The 100% cost escalation on this project is a big concern. $5 million extra from what was originally anticipated. I think leaving that aside, and I think I can get into it, while we have Mr. Warnell here, I do have some questions. There was a few articles circulated from The Guardian that were recounting, several municipalities in the United States sort of banning, putting a moratorium on installing these sports fields. Although it's very difficult to prove, I think one of the large concerns is with the PFAS group of chemicals that are used in the blades of grass and the backing that are known carcinogens, and that really there isn't, from what I researched, there's not any conclusive evidence on either side. They are known harmful substances, and there's no doubt that the strong use case for the amount of usage these fields get. But I'm just curious, with these chemicals that are on there, I grew up on sports fields, and you definitely get pretty up close and personal with them. Where is that at, and do you have any peer-reviewed information that you could share with council on the safety? Because I do know that there is municipalities out there that are concerned and already have taken steps to limit the construction of these, and that's something that I do take pretty seriously.
So there are a number of studies that can be accessed. I don't have them sitting here, but I can certainly have them provided through Richard. There is no studies that have proven any sort of link. That's definite. There's many municipalities we refer to are far and few between, but of course they attract attention when they happen. There's the one you may be referring to is in Massachusetts, and one county to the next county, one is saying, well, we're going to put a moratorium on them, and the county right over says, no, we're continuing to build them. There's probably 20,000 artificial turf fields out there, and artificial turf has been around, including the use of those chemicals, since the mid-70s. And so if there was going to be a long-term look at whether or not these things are having adverse effects on health, enough time has passed that should see some sort of damage there, but we don't. Again, as you point out, it's not definitive one way or the other, but I would think that the health benefits, everything has a balance to it. So the health benefits of being able to play sport and just general recreation and activity probably outweigh the unknowns at this time, given the history, the length of time that has passed with artificial turf in use in that sense. So yes, we can, and I can work through Richard if you want specific studies, but right now there's no evidence. And even in Europe, they're not looking at artificial turf fields to take them away. They're just looking at the infill material and whether or not they contribute to the increase in microplastics in the environment.
Yeah, thank you. And just on the infill material, for the infill material planned to use at Nanaimo, what material would that be?
So there's basically three types of infill material. So one is the original, which is called SBR, which is basically recycled tires. So it actually has a huge environmental benefit of using SBR because it takes tires out of the tire dumps and reuses them into something productive. There are no studies that have shown any ill effects on health. There is an issue when you burn an artificial turf field. So SBR contains nickel and cadmium and things like that that can only be released in a combustion situation. So you can't rub turf, infill against you and gain nickel and cadmium into your body. But if you burn it, it can be released. Hence, when a turf field, should it burn, and turf fields are impossible to burn. Their melting point is so high that you need to constantly put accelerant, which is gasoline, on the field to maintain the fire. Otherwise, it self-extinguishes. So should somebody put a bonfire on this, as long as the bonfire has fuel, it would continue to burn and melt the turf and infill, and the infill would release nickel and cadmium in that localized area. And as such, fire departments should be known that this should be treated as a chemical fire and foamed out and not watered out. But that's a pretty rare situation. So what Europe is really concerned about is the microplastic issue. And so if you're looking at, they look at SBR saying, well, it is an oil-based product, but we've put oil filters on outflows from artificial turf fields and found no, after 2 years, no evidence of any leaching of oil products into the storm system. So in that sense, it's a really good product. The main disadvantages of SBR, the black rubber, is in hot climates, and sorry to say, but the island and the lower mainland just aren't hot climates. And so in hot climates, the black rubber absorbs a lot of heat and makes the turf fields very, very hot to play on. So that's one. They have a big static charge, which means it sticks to you and is more likely to get in your shoes and your bags. That's another. It has, after a rain, it has that slightly used tire smell to it. But other than that, it's a very durable product that can be used over and over. So you can use it into your, use it twice over a field. So it's going to last at least 24 years. The next category of uses of infill are the new manufactured rubber. So there's two types. There's TPE, which is plastic that acts like rubber. And there's EPDM, which is the kind of rubber you see in toys, like bouncing balls or on running tracks, things like that. Both of these are slated, itemized in Europe as potential for microplastics. Again, there's no ill health issues with them. They're just concerned about this moving into oceans and things like that. Otherwise, they're absolutely very safe products. TPE is it's a wide range of what TPE is. TPE is used in things like toothbrushes and baby soothers. But there are some TPEs that have potential links to cancer, but not the type that's being used in artificial turf fields. EPDM has the same thing. There are types of EPDM that are used in a wide variety of things, but the EPDM in these instances meet the California toy standard. So they're extremely low in virtually no heavy metals in them, and are extremely safe to use. The trouble with those two is that there's a significant increase in cost, $200,000 to $400,000. We did that recently at Topaz Park in Victoria because they felt that they wanted to move away from SBR, and that was a council decision. But I don't think the reasons they were looking at it were environmental, but I don't think that was necessary. You're not really gaining anything. What you gain with going with those types of infills is a field that never gets too hot because there are different chemicals and different ways that they deal with the heat. They don't have the smell. They don't have the static charge, so they're not sticking to you, unless it's a wet day sort of thing. So, and they're more dense, so they don't fly up in the air. I'm sure if you've watched a football game on TV and the guy dives and runs along the turf, that you see this spray of turf, the spray is much lower. So they have a large number of advantages in practicalities, but not in terms of health or functionality. And they too can be reused over and over. The last group of infills are the organic infills, and these have attracted a lot of attention because they are the coolest temperature-wise infill you can put in. So when we do fields like in the interior of British Columbia or fields down in Arizona and Southern California, it's very, very popular because it keeps the temperature down. And of course, it's organic, so it's you can say, how is it? There's no potential badness to the environment. But the problem with organic infill is it breaks down, so it's only usable once. So at the end of a lifespan of a field, you've got to replace it, and it is very expensive. It's up there with the EPDM, so you're spending an extra $200,000 to $400,000. But in this case, you don't get to reuse it the second time around. The other disadvantage, unfortunately, for our environment is that while it does drain, the material gets saturated. So if you should have a day, which is frequently happens in the wintertime, where it's been wet and then it freezes, the field becomes rock hard and unsafe to play on. It's just like a piece of concrete. And that will remain that way until either it rains again and temperatures rise and basically melt the field. And that can be, 10 days of shutdown a couple times a year in the busiest part of the season. So for that reason, we've only used we used it once in the Lower Mainland in Coquitlam and Port Coquitlam, and that was unfortunate when we found out how badly it freezes and goes hard. But we have used it in the interior to some success because it's very, very cool, and I'm referring to Regional District North Okanagan, and so it has its advantage there. But again, when they replace that field, they're going to have to replace everything, not just the turf. So in most cases, I recommend just the basic SBR. It's an excellent product, and it's used in probably 80% of the fields out there. It has, again, no health issues to it. It's excellent performance issues. There's just when people move up to the more expensive rubbers, and you can get the more expensive rubbers, they come in color green, so it kind of looks interesting. But they have the kind of advantage.
Mr. Mornell, we'll just have to move on a little bit.
Yeah, okay. So that's basically
and what I'm excited though is council gets to see that these are complex facilities, and there's a lot of thought and stuff that goes into them. So hopefully, Councillor Gesselbrecht, that gave some, probably more than you want to know about infield, but infield.
Yeah, story going on and on.
We'd basically be using the tires.
Yeah, so what I could say, Your Worship, is right now the tender has gone out, and to award for the civil work. We always tender the turf field separately, so that tender will go out, still to go out, and so we are tendering it out with the crumb rubber. We can tender it with the option for some of the other infill, but as Mr. Warnell mentioned, you're looking at a couple $100,000, if not more, per field for the different type of infill material. But if that's something council would like us to add as a option on tender, we can always do that. We're still at that stage.
Thank you, Councillor Gesselbrock. We have three more. Councillors Manley, Armstrong, and Hemmons, please.
Thank you. There was a lot of information on the build of the field. I read up about the polyfluoroalkali, the PFASs, and I know that they're built into the field. They're built into this rug. They're built into my seat, and that's why these things they're all full of fire retardants, and there are problems. I'm concerned about the huge cost increase and how we got to this large cost increase just in this year. If I could get an explanation of that.
Thank you, Worship. As mentioned, we started planning this a number of years ago, prior to the pandemic, and our costs at the time were based on pre-pandemic numbers. That being said, as we went through, we knew there was going to be some increased costs in just the design with the two fields. So we did anticipate increased costs. If you remember during the budgeting process with council this year, we advised council, we knew that this project was going to be at least a couple $1 million, if not $3 million over. So we knew we were going to have to come back to council with something. We didn't expect it to be this high in the sense of the civil work. But one of the reasons I'm showing in the report the 4 bids that came in, the low bid is close to $2 million lower than the high bid. This is, staff believes this is now the market, and we believe this is the floor. Things could change next year. They could go higher. We still have inflation quite high, so if council wants to wait for another year, we can't guarantee that it's not going to be an increased cost next year. So that's where we're bringing it to council now. But it is an increase as we've seen increases in a lot of projects, but this one is higher than we anticipated for sure.
Yeah, I would be inclined to revisit this next year, or to look at option number 2, which is to work with one field and look at the second field in another year or 2. Thanks.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I'm very much in favor of this project moving ahead. This is a key project endorsed by Chief Wise and the Snaimo First Nation. It's very important to them, and they would very much like to see this move ahead. The school board obviously has put almost $700,000 into this. It's a key project for them. I think it's very important to move ahead. We saw, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, we couldn't even host some of our award-winning teams here because we didn't have the artificial turf, and they had to go to Ladysmith because that's a requirement for some of our amateur sports. So I think it's really important that we move this forward. I think waiting a year, the cost could go up significantly because we don't know what's going to happen. And it's also, I did a lot of research on the environmental stuff, as has been stated earlier, as well as the injuries. And very important to note that the NFL found concussions decreased dramatically on artificial turf. It was actually knee injuries that increased.
Councillor Armstrong, I'm not trying to cut you off, but Councillor Hemmons and Eastmere, and we don't have a motion on the floor yet, and this.
Oh, I thought there was. I'm sorry. I thought I heard them. But anyhow, I'm in favor. Bye.
Questions, please, Councillors Hemmons and Eastmere.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have a question. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Seconded, Councillor Perino.
Yeah, if I may, the cost overruns are significant and problematic, but increasing youth sporting opportunities in our community is just something I can't say no to. The idea of holding off on it for a year, with the rates at which we're seeing our projects go up in cost, it doesn't seem reasonable to me. And if we're going to build one, we might as well build 2. Is my thoughts on that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. In order, Councillors Eastmere, and then Armstrong, Brown, and Councillor Armstrong, you're off list, and then back to Perino, Thorpe, and Gesselbrook. Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely struggled with this one. Reading the report initially, the huge increase in cost definitely was a hit, and I woke up in the middle of the night worrying about the cost of artificial turf fields. But then I thought, I mean, we do fortunately this year have access to the Growing Communities Fund, and I think this is a perfect example of a place that we could put that money to really good use in a neighborhood that really needs it, at a school that that deserves it. And to see the amount of support coming from the school district on this, they've committed $700,000. It would be more if this was still a $5 million project, but I appreciate their willingness and desire to work on this. And like Councillor Hemmons said, if we're going to build one, we might as well just build 2 at the same time. I really appreciate the environmental concerns around these fields. And, you know, it's hard to hear from an expert who's sort of on one side of this, whose job it is to build these fields. So, I really have to take that expert opinion with a grain of salt, understanding you have a lot of experience on this. So thank you. But I hope there will be other ways that we can mitigate environmental impacts in our community, and not just use this project as an example of what not to do. I think there's other environmental strategies we can use to bring down our impact. So yeah, I'm going to be in favor of this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll be short because I've got a sense of where it's already going, but I'm just going to express my opposition to not the project, but the project at the costing. I think 100%, over 100% project escalation is totally irresponsible to be approving. I understand there is complex market conditions, but I also know that it's the argument that costs will escalate continually if you don't act today is just fallacy. It's simply not. It could very much be the case, but it also might not be the case. So yeah, I think this is very irresponsible spending to proceed at a project at this cost and when it was budgeted at half the amount. I'm surprised at the recommendation. I think if this was another project, they would be pulled, because that's been my experience over the last 4.5 years. Never have I seen a project this escalation have a recommendation for approval. So I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a quick question through you, and then a comment. Mr. Harding, I'm just wondering, can you tell me approximately how many hours of use? You did say it earlier, and I didn't write it down. I just wanted to know how much use do these sports fields get?
So Your Worship, to Councillor Perino, the two at Bevan Park each get about 2,000 hours each. And they make up and down. And
2,000 hours each per?
Each field, so that's about 4,000 hours there.
4,000 okay. Per year.
And then Quinnipiac Stadium, it's about, with the school board use throughout the day, and it's packed throughout the day with all the high school classes and gyms, and then their after school programs. It's well over 3,000 hours.
Per year?
Per year, yeah. And then as the council knows, there's waiting lists to get on these fields.
Yeah, that's right.
Groups.
That's right.
So staff aren't doing this because there's no demand. There's usually because groups want more and more, and they want access to those fields.
That's right.
Particularly.
Well, I certainly agree with Councillor Brown's comments. The increase is enormous. There's no doubt about it. But if there's the one thing that I learned certainly with COVID was the amount of mental health issues that people are going through today because of COVID is just enormous. And anytime we can do recreational fields like this, where people can get out and get in the sunshine and be together with teams, is so important. There's no way I'm like Councillor Edmonds. I could never say no to this project. It's too important. Costs are going to go up anyway. I hate that the costs have gone up, but Harewood deserves this project to be done. I was very pleased to hear that Snuneymuxw First Nations Chief and Council are in favor of this project as well. We have to get going on this as quickly as possible. I don't want to wait another year or 2 or 3. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to be brief, but I haven't commented so far. I've been waiting for a motion to be put forward, but I want to make it clear that I absolutely support the motion that's on the floor, and I thank Councillor Hemmons for bringing us to this point in discussion. Certainly I hear the concerns, but I'll remind Council that it was last month, I believe, that we had a finance audit meeting where Mr. Sims appeared before us with a number of engineering-related projects, infrastructure projects to our city, all of which had experienced significant cost overruns, and we needed to find more money to fund them. And in fact, it was almost a joke at the table. Well, it's just a fact of inflation. It's affecting everything. Well, yes, it is, and it's affected this project quite drastically, but as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Sims' projects were engineering infrastructure to our city. This project is infrastructure for a healthy Nanaimo, and I think it needs to be carried through with. Council has approved it already, and it's unfortunate. It is going to cost us more, but that is a fact of inflation. I have to disagree with Councillor Brown. I don't think the cost is going to go down if we leave it for a year. I'm willing to bet it would be more. We need to promote health in our community, and this is a vital project, I think, to do it. and we have the money to pay for it. We've identified the sources where this funding could come from. I'll also point out that we just voted earlier this morning to increase this year's tax assessment, and one of the reasons given for that was that the money that we found could be used for project cost overruns. Well, here we are. So I guess there is another source of potential revenue to cover this overrun. The environmental concerns I also understand, but I think those have been addressed, certainly to my satisfaction, and I would even argue that in the long term, the artificial turf option will be more beneficial to the environment than the natural turf when you look at things like gasoline mowers for cutting and fertilizing and so on. Strong support from School District 68. They want this to go ahead. SFN wants it to go ahead. The South End community, sports groups that I have spoken to are all very excited about having this go ahead, and they don't want it to be delayed. They certainly don't want it to be canceled. So I'm fully in support of this, and I think it would be a disservice to our community if we did not move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrook.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll preface my comments as somebody that probably spent 5-6 days a week on sports fields growing up playing soccer and rugby, and a huge proponent of youth sport, and think any opportunity to get youth out there running around is good. Just on the cost overruns, that $5 million extra unplanned costs is at 100% is a lot. And I think that's something that we should definitely be taking seriously into account, and at the very least be looking to delay things for a year to see if things sort of sort out, because right now the market is pretty wacky. I gotta be totally honest, I have never been a big fan of artificial turf fields. I played on them lots, don't like them. In Burnaby, in Vancouver, see them a lot. One thing I really don't like is how they kind of cage off open green spaces. You just see these fenced off areas and it becomes compartmentalized, and it doesn't really engender a good feel in my feeling. I think over the last 2 years there has been more numerous articles about the PFASs, and these are known carcinogens, and it's very difficult to link, but I think we are living in a world where we're overrun with a lot of chemicals, and there's a lot more cancers out there, and a lot of people are getting sick for unknown reasons. And I think it's because there's just continual bootstrapping of more and more artificial stuff. On a field is one thing where you can have grass, and it's pretty natural, and it does take a bit of maintenance, and there are environmental problems with the lawn mowing and the fertilization, and those do all need to be factored. But the amount of concrete that goes into this, and then these big, crushed up tires that are definitely full of different compounds, and then every 12 years having to change out the rubber mat, that all goes in the landfill. And I feel like sometimes like taking a step back and thinking that this is insanity. I do think that we do have to look at how we can build out our facilities to have more and more youth running, but I can't justify this amount of like extra stuff going onto fields where people can get out and run around and play on. Can we just maybe buy more fields and be able to expand that type of way? I think all those options need to be looked at, but that's honestly how I feel about it, and I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to concur with a lot of what Councillor Gesselbrock just said. I grew up playing on natural turf. Natural turf sequesters carbon. I have an electric lawnmower. There's no need to burn gas to cut the grass. Just the amount of these kind of chemicals that are going into every aspect of our lives is highly problematic. The breakdown of these turf fields, it's a 12-year lifespan before the UV radiation means that they need to be replaced, and that is $1.5 million for each one of these fields at this cost now, and that's going to increase later on. And we don't know. We didn't know. It took a long time for people to figure out that tobacco to prove that tobacco was a carcinogenic chemical, and to go through that whole process. And so we're seeing cancers. We're in a cancer epidemic right now, and we need to be thinking about naturalizing our environment, not making more artificial environments. And so for these reasons, I'm going to vote against it. I think that also the budget overruns. We've heard from people about the nice to haves in this community. People have railed against bike lanes, which are a safety feature for cyclists in our community. As somebody who's been hit by cars, twice, both times the driver's fault, and dealt with injuries and recovery, and seen the kind of tax dollars that flow into that and the loss of productivity. People are upset about bike lanes, calling them nice to haves. Those are safety features. In terms of artificial turf, I've seen the NFL has been removing artificial turf for safety reasons because of the number of ACL injuries that players have. And FIFA is mandating grass fields as well. So for all these reasons, I'm going to be voting against this, but I can see the way that this is going, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this has been one of the most intriguing arguments I've heard in a long time. We have thousands of people in this community who want to play on these fields. I've heard the argument this morning that in order to protect the environment, we need more grass fields. Now, they're not magically going to drop from the sky. They're going to require the clearing of land, the cutting of trees, the creation of roads, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If there's any argument to be made around impact on the environment, given what we've heard from Mr. Warnell, and given the lack of substantive studies, and including the fact that the U.S. government Environmental Protection Agency sees no risk with these things, I'm not prepared to even consider for a moment what I will call the boogeyman of environmental concerns chasing people off a sports field. With great respect, it reminds me of what Trudeau said, Prime Minister Trudeau at the time, when people were complaining about bilingualism. If you don't like French, turn the cornflakes box around. Well, if you think these fields are terrible and dangerous, don't play on them. But I just suspect that, assuming they're constructed, there will be thousands of people in Nanaimo out there watching their children and grandchildren are playing themselves on these artificial turfs. Councillor Hemmond's point is well taken. Why would you build only one field, which requires mobilization of equipment and contractors and all of the time that goes into that, instead of building two at a time? That is the logical thing to do. And candidly, from a community perspective, I couldn't look someone like Coach Stevenson, whose work at Barsby with young people who might otherwise be starting out a miserable life smoking dope behind the backstop, and starting down the road to end up in the streets of downtown Nanaimo. Instead, they're out playing competitive sports and learning to work as a team, not alienated from one another, and getting healthy. I couldn't look him in the eye and say, Coach Stevenson, you folks down at Barsby, all the amazing work you've done, just forget it, because we're concerned about some cost to build a field that is going to be used by thousands of people in Nanaimo. I am, quite frankly, somewhat astonished by some of the arguments I've heard this morning. I see Councillor Gesselbrack's back on this for the third or fourth time, and that's fine. But I disagree profoundly with the concept that we should be worried about a cost overrun that is inevitable in the modern world, and at the same time turn around and make an environmental argument against proceeding with this project on the loosest and flimsiest, with great respect, of considerations. Again, if people don't want to use this, I'll be surprised, but I suspect they will vote with their feet. I can't look Chief Wise in the eye and consider the importance of this to Snuneymuxw First Nation, an enthusiastic supporter of this, and the school board, who's coughed up more money in what everybody keeps referring to, and I disagree, of course, with that too, tough economic times. So for heaven's sakes, let's get on with building this thing and giving the South End the kind of amenity that it deserves, and giving the young people in this community and the older people who still want to play the opportunity to do so. Councillor Gesselbrock.
people were playing football on fields long before artificial turf, and if artificial turf disappeared yesterday, people probably wouldn't miss it too much at all. So I don't know if I fully buy into those arguments, but we should call the question.
All those in favor, Councillors Eastmere, Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino, and Councillor Armstrong. And those opposed, Councillors Gesselbrock, Brown, and Manley. Well, hang on. No Councillor Brown? He's not on. So Councillors Brown and Manley opposed. The motion carries. Good.
Brown.
And Gesselbrock.
No.
Gesselbrock, sorry. All right. Thank you, everyone.
That was easy.
The next is the White Street Sewer Project. Mr. Stewart, please. God almighty. I'm getting too old and cranky for this. Thank you. This Tyler Master vote. Crafty bugger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as we've seen quite a bit over the last this year, several of our projects are over budget. And this one, the White Street Sewer Project, is just over, needs about $235,000 to complete it. With most of the funds transferred from a council project adjacent to the project. Given the recent rise in costs, staff kind of looked at both projects and decided that the one that was in the street was able to last a few more years, and the maintenance requirements on the one that was in the backyard kind of took precedence. So we transferred the money from the one to the other, but because of the size of the budget transfer, it required a report to council. So if you had any questions about that, I'm happy to answer it.
I'm not seeing anyone. Councillor Perino.
I'll move the staff recommendation, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Seconded? Sorry.
No, just
Yes,
for
this is
information.
Information, yes, sorry.
Thank you.
No questions? Well, Mr. Stewart, that's an easy morning. Thank you. The next is the Community Watershed Restoration Grant 2023 Intake 2.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll see if we can be faster than the record just set by Mr. Stewart. So, this is the second round, as outlined in the report, second round for a program that Council initiated last year, and it's in your budget this year. For $20,000 was set aside in the budget. In phase one, there was just about $11,000, just under $10,000 issued. In the second, leaving about just over $11,000 for this second round. The projects and submissions have been reviewed by staff as per the guidelines, and the recommendations are in the report. Ms. Pan is here this morning if there's any specific questions about the applications.
Councillor Perino.
Sorry, Your Worship, just a quick question through you to Mr. Lindsay. So the question I have is, you said it's just over 11,000. I see 11,907. Is that correct, or is it just over? So it's closer to 12. I just want to make sure I've got the numbers right. I thought it was a good sales pitch that it was just over 11, but I think it's actually just under 12.
I think that's correct. And I think what's probably more important is the $20,000 that Council put into the program will be fully subscribed after this.
Okay, good.
So that's probably the more accurate.
That's fine. Good. Thank you so much.
Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to staff about the Newcastle Community Association application for the Millstone Ravine and Restoration Plan. Is that Ministry of Transportation lands that they were looking at restoring and cleaning up? That section?
Through the chair, I'm not sure. I can check, but I don't think so.
Okay. Just that one bank where we've had that encampment where there was a shooting. My understanding is that, I'm not sure if that was the area that they were looking at the ravine there. That's the area that obviously has some cleanup issues. And but does somebody know whether that's a MODI designated area?
Through your worship, to Councillor Manley, I think we'll need to follow up with you on the specifics. You're absolutely correct. There's a mix of ownership in there, including provincial and private land. So I'm not exactly sure the area that was being contemplated, but based on the neighborhood and the description, I suspect you're correct. It's probably the provincial lands along the river at the bottom of the ravine.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll second.
I was hoping somebody would. Seconded Councillor Manley. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next is the Fitzwilliam Street Building Upgrade Project. Mr. Corson. Good morning and thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship. So you recall that we're working on a phased approach to address the space needs challenges for the RCMP. And the first phase we're looking at is shifting some staff from the current detachment into the former fire admin building. And we've been working on the design drawings for the fire admin building at 580 Fitzwilliam. And once those staff shift, we move 22 staff over to 580 Fitzwilliam. We'll then be able to do some minor renovations to the main detachment. And that will hopefully buy us some time from a space needs perspective to allow the RCMP to operate in a more efficient manner while we work on the design and construction of the eventual new RCMP building. In terms of 580 Fitzwilliam, because the RCMP are moving in there, we need to do security upgrades. There's new technology needs to be installed for their proprietary servers, etc. And some of the rooms have to be adjusted accordingly. We've been working with the RCMPE division in Surrey, giving us direction. Our architect has done all the design work, and we have tendered the work. You'll see we had two bids back, which were higher than the original estimate we had, which was $750,000. So we are seeking council, our committee direction to add an additional $395,000 to the budget, which would allow us to proceed with issuing the tender and moving forward with this project. The funding for the project comes from the RCMP contract reserve, and in the staff report, I had the wrong number in there for you. The balance, if you were to choose to use these funds, would be $2,738,433. So lots of money left in the reserve if you decide to proceed down this route. Can answer any questions council has. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons, Manley, and Eastmere in order. Oops, sorry, Councillor Eastmere, you're off again.
Your Worship, I was going to move the staff recommendation if it's appropriate.
Seconded Councillor Prino. Do you wish to speak to it at all? No. Councillor Manley.
Quick question through you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if we heard a presentation on Monday's council meeting about a sidewalk on that very short stretch of Prudhoe, and I'm wondering if we can compel the developer to pay for a sidewalk as well.
Yes, well, we're the ones, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You would like us to build a sidewalk, yes. But that wasn't part of the, sorry, through your chair to Councillor Manley, it was not part of the tender package, but we actually, as staff, did raise that idea. So let's take a look at that and see how this project goes, and maybe that's something we can squeeze in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
If there's nothing further from anyone, all those in favor and any opposed, contrary, none. It is now time for the lunchtime break, and I hate to say this because I know Mr. Cornborough is waiting patiently, but I'm going to make a suggestion to council that if Mr. Harding's introduction is short, we can then hear from Mr. Cornborough and then carry on to discuss the matter at length after lunch. Does that seem unreasonable?
Your Worship?
Probably take some while, Mr. Harding.
Yeah, my introduction, and as you know now, Mr. Lindsay can attest, my introduction on this one's definitely not short. So we have a PowerPoint to go through. We have a lot of material to explain to council where we've been, why we do fees and charges for Parks, Recreation, Culture, and why we haven't had any increases since 2015. So there's quite a bit of material to go through.
In the circumstances, I'm going to make this offer to Mr. Cornborough, either wait through lunch and Mr. Harding's substantial presentation, which is always good to hear and helpful to council. Or you could proceed now as your delegation. You've seen the material and make your comments, and then you're free to go if you wish. So, Scornborough, I'm trying to accommodate you.
Who's buying lunch?
That's the important question.
Yes, yes, always the important question.
Okay, well, I'll go down then if that's fine. Sure.
Council?
Yep.
Sure.
Consensus, please. Step forward, just introduce yourself for the record, please.
This might take a minute, but we'll get there.
And as you've been before council before, so 5 minutes. At 1 minute left, I'll let you know.
Okay, sorry. Your Worship, councillors and staff members, thank you for offering this opportunity to speak to the opposition, I guess, to the tax increase that's being proposed by staff. I'm president of Nanaimo Minor Softball in Nanaimo, and we have about 300 odd players and volunteers who play on all the fields, all the city fields from time to time, about 46 days during this 3-month period. So we have a bit of input, I guess, into what's happening here. I must say that when I wrote this, I had not received a lot of information that Mr. Johnston had sent me. I think all 180 pages or something that came across my machine all of a sudden. I tried to print, and I got up to 184, I think, and that was it. So, so I apologize for the first part of my presentation. I think you all have a copy in front of you, hopefully. So we're really disappointed, I guess, in that there's talking of a fee increase. You know, we're happy we're out there at the parks, but we don't feel that the city maybe is helping us along in this process. You're asking for a fee increase, but we don't see any changes in the fields themselves as far as the maintenance of them is concerned, and I think that's a hard one to sell when you're trying to do something on one side and you're not getting the cooperation, I think, on the other side. I appreciate all the reasons why things maybe aren't getting done as far as, you know, staff concerns, COVID, that kind of thing. So I do recognize that. And I do recognize that other people use the fields at Bevan, not just us. We can do our part, but we have no way of knowing what happens after we're off the fields. We did try and involve the city from time to time to help us through some of the recommendations, but I must say that every time I drive to the fields and I look down at the dilapidated, I guess, bleachers that sit by Diamond Number 1, which have been sitting there for the last, got to be 2 years anyway, in bad repair. We did 2 years ago at one of our tournaments ask the city to move the bleachers so that there was a couple at each diamond, and that failed. We did not receive that from the city. We also recently offered to paint the bleachers. We would have a group of people who would come down and actually try and repair them and paint them before the start of our present season. And I've had no response on that as well. So we are out there. We're all volunteers. We're just trying to do what's right and make Bevan Park a respectable looking facility to play ball on. So I think I think the increase is harder for us. Our neighbor municipalities, being Ladysmith, Port Alberni, and Oceanside, Parksville, Qualicum area, do not charge minor sports to play on their fields. So it puts us at a real disadvantage. This year, I just signed a check to the city, I think, for park use, for rental use, and it was like $7,500. So we pay $7,500 every year that our 3 adjoining municipalities who are in our same league, they don't pay that at all. And so when I wrote to the Lady of Ladysmith asking him for confirmation that they don't charge, he said, well, why don't you come and play in our fields then, because we don't charge. So a bit of an oddity, and I know that's not your problem, It just makes it inequitable for us to play against those teams who now have $7,500 in their pocket, who can buy better equipment, additional equipment, whatever.
1 minute.
Sorry?
1 minute.
Oh, okay. I had a bit of a problem with the increase that was stated. I think it's 3.5%, if I'm not mistaken. If our neighbor municipalities aren't charging anything for their fields, was that included in the calculation by staff to come up with the 3.5%? I believe, you know, if we keep increasing fees, we're going to lose some people. You know, the bottom line is, I think increased fees to me are less participation for the people who need to come out. It's unfortunate, you know, if people can't come because of the registration fee, kids are going to fall through the cracks, and that's not really what we stand for in this city. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions to the delegation? Councillor Thorpe,
With
Hammonds.
With your indulgence, Your Worship, not so much a question, but I just wanted to first of all thank Mr. Cornborough for taking the time to come today and make his presentation. I don't think I can agree with everything that's in your presentation, but I certainly respect your many years of involvement in youth sports in Nanaimo and appreciate your contributions and your perspective. And I also wanted, Your Worship, to apologize to Mr. Cornborough because I had indicated to him that we might move him up in the agenda so he wouldn't have to wait quite so long for this, but that didn't happen. But I'm sure you quite enjoyed the conversation about turf fields.
Yes, I did. I learned a lot coming this morning, for sure.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to you, I also want to thank you for being here, and thank you for being president of the Nanaimo Miners Softball Association. I think it's so important to be involved with these groups, and good on you. And yes, I hope you were fascinated by our discussion. You know, we love to hear ourselves, so we're glad to share that with you. I simply have a question regarding your letter, which was very good, thank you, to Mr. Harding, if I could, regarding the bleachers. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm wondering why, when it was offered that painting would be done of the bleachers, why that wasn't made available to this organization, and I think I know the answer already.
No, that if groups want to do it, we typically would work with them, then they can do it. This particular case was news to me, so Mr. Groot can maybe answer part of that. I do know that the bleachers in question were repaired in March, and we have to wait till the dry season to be able to paint those ones particularly.
Of course.
But with 27 fields out there, sometimes we do miss some things. We have, you know, quite a few fields out there, and we apologize if we've missed a couple of these operational concerns. We feel that the BEM 4 fields are good fields, or we consider them an A-class field. And
yes.
If we've missed a few things, we'll just need to be better and get those.
And it's certainly written here for your benefit. I thought actually that it may be a staff issue that would not allow volunteers to take care of the bleachers. So if they're able to do it.
But Your Worship, to Councillor Perino, again, kudos to our sports groups like minor softball.
Exactly.
They drag the fields also because we can't drag during the weekend if we're not with staff on. So the sports groups have always chipped in and done different things, and the volunteers, like Mr. Cornborough, have always helped in all the different fields. It's always appreciated.
Thank you so much for this report. Thank you to Mr. Harding for the answers. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. Groot, is something you could add?
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Perino and to the delegation. The paint piece was, we all realize the weather that we've been experiencing for the last forever. And so there actually is a work order in for the bleachers to be painted. And then also the bleacher request to move, although it had been quite a while, they are scheduled to be moved today. Not as a direct result of this, but it just is coincidental that they are getting moved. And then after the meeting, I'll happily spend 5 or 10 minutes just updating Mr. Cornborough on, because we were able to share his concerns with staff, and we got some great responses back into kind of what's happening and what's being provided. So I'll happily spend some time with him after the meeting to update him.
Thank you. Further questions from Councillor Manley and then Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Cornborough, for your presentation. I have a question to staff because based on the report I'm seeing here, there's an island average, and Mr. Cornborough has said that there, like pointed out, that Ladysmith, Parksville, Qualicum, and Port Alberni do not charge. So that island average, is that bumped up really because Victoria is charging, like Capital Regional District's charging a lot for fields?
Yeah, Your Worship, through Councillor Manley, it actually bumps it down because we've used those zeros as examples where they're not. So those only for youth, so the youth and also for non-turf fields. So they only don't charge to youth and the natural turf fields. So typically, if there's lights or if there's artificial, they'll charge for both.
In those communities?
Yeah.
So Victoria must be fair a bit.
Yes, so those are the three, and that majority of other communities do charge. But again, as I go through my presentation today to council, these are decisions council can make on fees and charges. You can decide what you want to do. This community's decided about 25 or more years ago, even before I was doing this, that they would institute charging for fees for fields. And part of it, as you'll notice the rates, it's not about revenue. A lot of it was about people block booking fields and not using them, which is still happening in communities that don't. They'll block book them so they have them because there's no charge to them, so they'll book them. And then there's always been use issues. So part of the fees is to keep people, okay, if we're going to charge them to do that, well, that's one rationale. But we can go through some of that when we go into the presentation of where we charge for fees and where we don't.
Okay, thank you. So it's basically, just to reiterate, it's those communities, they don't charge youth organizations for the use of the fields, but there are cases there where they're block booking fields and then just not using them.
That's one of the issues because we have finite fields, particularly, again, I know coming off the artificial turf, some of you don't want to hear this, but the artificial turfs have taken so much use in the past. Before artificial turfs, we had a lot of crossover issues between the sports and the seasons, and just not enough fields to meet the demand. And then so softball, was struggling to get on with others, and then once people have some fields, they just don't want to give them up because they're fearful they're going to lose them. So there's always rationale for that. But the artificial turfs have provided us a lot more use and hours that we can actually deal with demand a bit better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. That looks like it for questions. Appreciate it, Mr. Cornborough.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. All right. Lunch, and we'll reconvene in half an hour, please. 12:40. Thank you.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot! scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make a replacement. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl.
Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Harding, good afternoon. You and your team, welcome.
Thank you, Worship. And we'll try, I know it's been a long day for council, and we'll try and get through this as quickly as we can, but there is a lot of material to get through today. And so we do, what I'll say then is, if there's any questions as I'm going through this presentation, please stop and ask me anything, just to help with time. I do want to introduce the team here, though, for Parks, Recreation, and Culture fees and charges, just because you don't get to always see them. And they're the group that actually did this review over the last couple of years. Typically, we would have had the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Commission as part of that. So this is kind of a hybrid where we're using staff and council to do our fees and charges review of Parks, Recreation, and Culture fees. So to my left, and Darcy will be speaking in a little bit, Darcy Osborne, Director of Recreation and Culture. Kathy Gonzalez, you get to hear all the time of notes about aquatics issues, but Kathy actually did some major yeoman's work on our fees and charges review. And then behind me, just so you can see it all, start from the very far, it's Grace Bell. You gotta hang my hand up. Grace Bell, manager of arenas, and also, if you ever want to know, does a great impersonation of me, if you ever want to ask her. Michelle Dirksen is our assistant manager of aquatics, and thank you. This council was able to give that position for us to provide some extra services to aquatics. So Michelle is a product of this council. We appreciate that. Adrian Mercer, right? Oh, it's Breen. Adrian Breen. Sorry, Adrian Breen, our new and shiny culture and events manager, and Damon Johnson, who oversees all our recreation services, between all of our direct programming with some of our recreation coordinators, not related to arenas and aquatics. Did I make that wrong?
No, that's good. And Laura.
And then Laura Mercer, who's away. Laura Clarkson, who's away. There we go. That's the group. So, and they're here to answer your questions, particularly if you have anything on any of the areas of which they're specifically responsible for. So, Parks, Recreation, Culture, review of fees and charges usually is never really a fun thing to talk about. Make sure I got this going. So usually fees and charges is an exciting one to talk about, but it actually, through our process here, because this isn't like water rates or sewer rates, Parks, Recreation, Culture, fees and charges, as we'll see, has a lot more to it. We had a delegation earlier today about the benefits of the services and who pays for it. So we'll go through a little bit of philosophy and history of fees and charges, and then we'll go into, we do have a presentation of a draft fees and charges rates that we'd like council consideration to approve and move forward. We did want to do this in two separate sessions, do a philosophy and history and give you a bit of the lay of the land, and then come back to you with the fees. But council's agendas have been very, very full the last 4 or 5 months, so we're trying to do them both now, and we're now late in the day, so there's a lot of material to go through. So again, please stop me if there's anything you'd like. We use this slide right here, a benefits-based approach to funding parks, recreation, and culture. And I start with us now because we're going to talk about benefits quite a bit as we go through this, or depending on how much council wants to get into it. But we really look at, and we have some graphs that we'll talk about, but really the key challenge for council and the community is, okay, who's benefiting, and is it the general public is benefiting, or is it just a few individuals that are benefiting, or is it along kind of a spectrum or a continuum of where that is. And so you'll see our fees and charges, there's many different rates and considerations for youth and seniors. Is it parks? Is it fields? Is it arenas? There's a variety of different rates, and that's over the years to try to justify cost versus benefit. And I always want to start with this slide because we are talking about parks, recreation, culture, fees and charges, but on any given night in the city, our division is quite large, and we do a lot of programs and a lot of services, but there's still, every given night, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of different groups and organizations, cultural groups like the Port Theatre, the Art Gallery, dance groups, or sport groups like Mr. Cornboroughn's softball or minor soccer or hockey, and all the different groups and organizations that provide services throughout the community, as well as the private sector. And then a lot of what we do is provide those facilities, parks, trails, fields, pools, arenas, for these groups and organizations to provide those services. So part of our fees and charges is, a lot of it's looking at those drop-ins or those direct programs that we provide, but a lot of it's going to be about the rentals and the leases and the co-management agreements that we provide to, that other groups and organizations do to do the direct services. I won't go into this too much because council's has seen a lot about city plan, but I always want to just remind council that our Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan is also part of city plan, and the reason we mention this in fees and charges is a lot of the goals and objectives for providing those services are also embedded in city plan. And so if you're going through to justify why we don't charge some fees for some, or why we do charge fees or other services, some of those objectives are tied within this document and overall philosophies of what the kind of services council wants to provide. And I also just want to mention this one real quickly. So this is the Canadian Parks Recreation Association. In 2015, nationally, many groups, many cities got together to come up with what they call pathways to wellness. And again, the reason I mentioned this is that we're consistent. What we're doing in Nanaimo is consistent to many cities across Canada of trying to ensure that we provide a number of services to the community to make healthy, active communities. So when we look at our fees and charges, we're looking at a number of lenses, the ones that's mentioned through city plan, but also lenses such as this. 5 key themes: confronting Canada's public health crisis, respecting nature and our environment, building community, social innovation in community recreation and sport, and repositioning recreation, which you'll hear us a lot talk about, repositioning us back to being a solution to health, not just a benefit to health and quality of life, but also a real solution to health, be it mental, physical, or whatever. And so some of those main key connections that coming from that is recreation is essential public good. Again, as we're talking about fees and charges, there's a continuum there of how do we provide that. It's part of the quality of life sector, community at the core, access to recreation for all as we can, and then where those real benefits, and we've seen it, and council hears about it, when we stop something like a aquasize somehow is not going to be stopped, that people's real issue is not so much the aquasize, it's that connection they lose from not being with their friends that they recreate with. And just again, council's been hearing a lot of the upstream services that Parks, Recreation, and Culture provide. This is nothing new. This is what recreation is rooted in. It's 100 years history of recreation coming out of the City Beautiful movement or the Industrial Revolution. It's, recreation is designed to deal with a lot of those societal issues. It's not just hot yoga classes. It's really providing those activities and structure for everything from 0 to 99 or above. So this is a graph that I particularly like, and this actually is one that I kind of designed, and so I like this one. Not too many other people like it, but I like this one. Because I think if council's ever in kind of debate about where you want to be along the continuum, and the reason I use this chart is fees and charges for Parks, Recreation, Culture, it's not just, again, like delivery of water services or delivery of sewer. There's some things like that because we still have to pay for the light and we have to pay for water and such. But when we're looking at where you come up with your fees, you, as a council or community, you get to decide. So that's why I use these two continuums back to back, and we may come back if council has some questions on some specific fees. We may come back to this one. Where do you want to be on a continuum? So on the one side, on the left, we'll go from my left. The left side on direct benefits, for example, you have benefits very few. So those could be things like specialty classes or courses. Sometimes I pick on hockey and I'll say it's a goaltender's goaltending. What do you call it? The clinic, goaltending clinic. Thank you. Or on the far side, because maybe it's benefiting a few. So who really pays for that? To the other end of the benefit is a trail or a park, McPhail Sutton Park, where it's benefiting all. Very difficult to charge anyway, but we know that that's benefiting the community. And you can plug in just about any of the activities in that. And then down below is the community determines where you want to be along that line. So there's some things that we provide, 100% taxpayer provide. To the other point, extreme, there's some things that 100% user pay. And even after the debate this morning with softball, we know there's a lot of benefits to youth sport. So our field fees are relatively low. Our return of our field fees is probably less than 10% over our cost of what our fields cost, the general taxpayer, versus what we receive back from the user groups. And that's really a reflection of the time that we want those fields to be open and used for the community, and particularly for youth. So our fees are relatively low because we know it benefits a whole bunch of people. Any questions on this? I'd love questions on this because I love it, but no one ever asks me any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons, and then Councillor Gesselman.
Sorry to jump in front of you there, Ben. Where does the city of Nanaimo sit?
Well, I think that's a perfect question, because I would say what we do is you take any activity and we could plug it into any part of this. So if you give me a sport or something.
Softball.
Well, softball, like as mentioned, I would say softball is very far on the taxpayer pays. So for example, we have A fields, so the fields that softball uses right now are the BEM 4 fields. So each one of those diamonds is $6 an hour. So if they have 4 fields going with 20 or 30 kids on each, that's, you know, about $21 or $24 for those 4 fields. We haven't done any increases. I also mentioned to council, we haven't done any increases since 2015, and there's a number of reasons we can go through why there hasn't been increases. So we're, I'd say, very, very low, very closer to the 100% taxpayers paying, because we're probably getting less than 5% return on what those actually cost. For example, BEM 4 fields alone, in the summertime, takes 30 to 50,000 gallons of water a night to keep those 4 fields green. I know that sounds like a lot of water. And I pay Public Works for that. Yes, we pay Public Works for that. And then so the user rates for water alone have gone up, you know, sometimes 7% a year. So those costs go up. And then of course, both of those fields are cut twice a week at least to keep it in rates base. But those are good community investments that the community has done for years, and they're very active. If you've ever been to BEM 4 fields on a soccer Sunday or soccer Saturday, there's hundreds and hundreds of kids out there utilizing it. So there's an example there.
And could I ask an example on the 100% user pay end of the scale?
So in the report, you'll notice in the our fees, where we go to the user pay is if there's anything that's really specific to that one group, or if they're consuming something, if they're consuming supplies or food or other things. But I can also, because Kathy wants to speak, so she would say, what's another good example?
So an example would be if a circus group came in and wanted to utilize the space in one of the arenas to set up their displays and charge the public to use those facilities, then they would pay closer to the 100% for their access.
And so, again, great questions. And in the report, you'll see when we start going through our fees, we're all over the map kind of on that. And that's, again, why I like to bring back to this one. And council, I know we're not giving you a lot of time today, but council can move along here wherever you want to be. The community wants to be along there. Some communities, for example, don't charge for drop-in swimming. They're very few and rare, but there's some who don't do that, and where others charge a lot more towards actual costs. And then each one of those areas has a different assist factor or subsidy. Like I mentioned, the fields is probably 90% subsidy. Pools are more than 65%. Arenas are probably the least amount of subsidy based on rental rates, and then everything in between. Anything else on this one? Question? And so what does it all mean in actual numbers? We're still, I know finance wants us to use other numbers, but we're still using 2019 because that's really our last pre-pandemic year of what we're looking at. We hope next year we can use 2023 or maybe 2024 actuals, but until we're back to fully functioning, the pools are open like we used to have them open. Our programs are back up. We're getting closer, except for the pools. Here's some of those revenues that we're talking about. So our gross expenditures for Parks, Recreation, and Culture, which is a lot, and that includes our grants to groups like the Port Theatre and others, is about $28 million. But on a good year, on the 2019 year, we do bring in revenue about 6.6 million. This year we're projecting to be a little over 7 million, but that also includes our contributing fee from the local areas, the 3 local areas that contribute into our recreation function. So we net out around $20 million, a little over $20 million as a division. So I just want to say with this, so when you're looking at our fees and charges, our drop-in admissions is one area, and that's 2.4 million. Our revenues from the facilities, so this is giving out to all those groups and organizations, be it private, nonprofit, cultural groups, sports groups, it comes in about 2.1. And then our program revenue, which are everything from our swim classes, skating classes, cooking classes, things that we directly program, is about 2.6 million. The reason I mention this one and show this one is that wherever we move along, wherever you want to move along this line will affect what the bottom line of this is, and then it affects, so if you want to move less fees, then we just have to increase our taxation, general taxation.
Councillor Hemmons has another question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you through you to Mr. Harding. Did I hear correctly that we have 28 million roughly in expenditures and 7 million in revenues?
So we Parks, Recreation, and Culture all in is about $28 million in expenditures. And then on a good year, we're about 6.6 to over 7 million in revenue, which brings us down to around a little over $21 million in net, plus or minus.
Another way of putting that would be that the public, I was going to say subsidizes, but that we are subsidizing our Parks and Rec and Culture programming with other departments in the city in order to provide the level of service that we do.
That's
Nowhere
right.
near the revenues. Thank you.
Right. And so fees and charges, and again, it gets back to the philosophy of fees and charges, is where does the community want to be in the recovery of those fees? And again, it's a political decision, it's a community decision where you want to move along those lines. We've been pretty consistent on this type of percentage and fees for a number of years in regards to philosophy of what we're charging. And so the schedule in front of you today is an updated version of that, and staff will go through some of the changes. Because in addition to this is all our other subsidy programs, like our LEAP program. Anyone over 80 is for free, certain ages of youth are free, and then there's a variety of different charges on that. Any questions on this? That is it for me to talk, because now I get to turn, oh, sorry, Council.
Sorry.
Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you to Mr. Harding. Are you saying that the ratio of 7 million in revenue and expenses at 28 million, has that been an ongoing type scenario for, say, the past 10 to 15 years?
Yeah, so of course our costs have increased dramatically,
yes,
as everyone has increased, but we've tried to keep that percentage of costs and fees have relatively been there, except we're falling further and further behind because we have not adjusted our fees since 2015.
Yes.
So
you have had no fee increase at all since 2015?
That's correct.
Okay, and you do know that there are communities out there, because I was in one, that was for a period of time 100% user fees. It's quite common, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure what that would mean on 100% user fees, though, because there's
to maintain. You know what? I think those were years ago, right? Those are years ago.
Yeah, because aquatics alone is so to do 100% for aquatics would be
unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah. So because it's highly subsidized area or tax.
Yeah.
So we are falling further behind in regards to our percentage because our fees have not increased. Now the pandemic really messed a bunch of that up. So that's where we're trying to start getting back. Our proposal in front of council isn't to go back to 2015 and go, but you could, and go percentages from what we would have done in 2016 up to now. We're just kind of starting to reset
Okay.
with what we think is reasonable for the sport groups and the other groups to deal with now, and then continue to move forward.
Okay.
Typically, we would always review our fees and charges every 3 years.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
And you would normally review and up the fees and charges every 3 years, eh? Is that right?
Yep, typically, and that was always tied to the council, when council was only 3 years. So we usually bring them in your first year, because to come into an election year for Parks, Recreation, Culture fees and charges is never good. So we'd always
That's
come
right.
in right after council came in, and the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Commission would lead that process.
Okay.
That'd be something council would delegate to, and then the commission would come back with recommendations to council.
So why didn't you do it in 2018?
Yeah,
2019?
So there was a number of issues that happened from 2015 on. One is we went through a core services review.
Okay.
And so at that time, we didn't decide to go through because we didn't know how council would determine core services.
Gotcha.
We were actually at this stage, February 2020. We were the report was ready to go, it was on the agenda. And then March 12th, we shut everything down.
Yes.
And right or wrong, or in hindsight, we thought at the time, we just didn't know what was going to go. So we just decided not to proceed with throughout the pandemic.
Smart move.
We're shutting down. So that, however, brings us now
Gotcha.
where this council has to deal with, we've done nothing since 2016, really. 15 was our last increase, but it would have taken us to 16.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Mr. Harding, thanks for reminding me of the core services review. Through you, Your Worship, I just had a question of clarification regarding rental rates, and I know this used to be the case, and I'm assuming it still applies, and that is when you have a group coming, a community group, nonprofit perhaps, saying, we're the worthy group, can you waive the fees
Right.
for the facility? And our policy has always been no. There are no exceptions to this rate chart, but we would encourage those groups to apply for some type of city grant to maybe offset that cost. That still applies?
It does, and Your Worship, to Councillor Thorpe, another reason we particularly in PRC, you need a bylaw is so everyone knows what those fees are, and we cannot, because it's a council bylaw, we can't change those, we can't waive them, because you're right, every group and organization provides really good services and point, but if we just can't waive, we'd waive everything. So the bylaw actually helps set the stage, everyone knows clearly who pays what and how, and this is the process that we're in now. So, and with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Osborne to kind of go through, this is where we are now, what they've done, and what we're proposing to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Harding, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Sorry, Councillor Gasabrock has a question.
Oh, sorry. Question. There's a bunch of tables here. So there's the admission into the facilities. Are the rest just rental fees? Like you can rent out like a lane, a 25-meter lane. You could rent out the kid pool. Okay. Those seem incredibly cheap to rent, like a pickleball court or to rent a lane for the pool. I didn't realize it. Is that per hour? Oh wow. Okay.
So Your Worship, Councillor Kesselbrook, that's great debate, and then we might want to spend some time on, and that goes back to my famous chart, is over the years the community has determined what those rates would be to encourage groups and organizations to utilize.
Just maybe come up with an idea of how to deal with the pickleball issue.
Yeah.
Great. I think a lane is about $10 to rent for an hour, and like an admission, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the question.
And not to pick, like for example, just an example of what we're proposing, because we're still got a long ways to go, and not to pick on softball at all, but so right now those fields are charged at $6. We're proposing to increase it to $6.76, so a 76-cent increase. That increase won't even take into effect until next year. So those are these are relatively low rates. We are moving along on some of our commercial rates to increase those, which we think are going to get closer to they're not quite market rates, but they're going to be higher. But Ms. Osborne and Ms. Gonzalez can go through some of those specific changes.
And those rentals, is that gauged to cover like 10% of the hourly cost of use, or 15%, or?
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Gesselbrecht, there is some of those calculations in there. And again, as we went back to core services, we tried to look at how do you want to charge these things, and what cost do you want to include? Do you want to include my cost? Do you want to include the CAO's cost? Or do we include just what's going on with an operational day for a pool? So we've always gone more with what's that operational cost for a pool, but even then it's quite a big assist factor, and it's also what will the groups and organizations, what can they bear? Yeah. To still encourage them to put on their swim meets, to put on swim clubs, things like that.
Okay, great. No, thank you.
Okay, the slide before you right now is regarding registered programs, and just for clarification, registered programs are outside the scope of the fees and charges bylaw. They are built around 100% recovery, and they do provide revenue to the city, as you saw in the previous slide. Registered programs are pre-registered. People have to commit prior to, and they include things like the preschool programs, yoga, fitness, those types of things. Drop-in fees, which are the admission fees that we collect for access to public drop-in sessions, such as swimming, skating, fitness, or gymnasium activities. This slide shows you the current breakdowns that we have for age categories, and Ms. Gonzalez will go through with you shortly how we propose to change those. As mentioned by Mr. Harding, the city provides facilities to hundreds, if not thousands, of groups and organizations to provide parks, recreation, and culture services throughout the city. Some of these are services that are provided through leases, licenses, and co-management agreements. Many require specialized services, as we also spoke to on Mr. Harding's famous chart. Those are at a full cost recovery, and they would include specialized equipment or, say, perhaps lighting on a field. Accessibility and inclusion. Over the years, Council has provided a number of programs and services to ensure that all citizens have access, despite our fees and charges bylaws. This slide does not include all of the grants that are provided that help groups and organizations, especially the cultural operating grants, to assist in making these programs and services available to our citizens. These programs and services that Council has endorsed and that we've provided over the years are ever-changing and evolving. And now, with the assistance of the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness, we have the ability to be very current and dialed into what our community needs are. The report in front of you today has strived to recognize the following outcomes, and staff have used these outcomes as checkpoints along the way as we develop our fees and charges bylaw proposal. And that is that our community remains active and healthy, that there is provision for quality recreation services that are accessible to all, and that we address the changing needs and demands of our community. When reviewing the bylaw, there were 5 considerations that were used by our review committee. Fees that provide accessibility for most taxpayers, fees that are straightforward and easily administered, fees that mirror the cost of living increase, fee rates that are comparable to other Vancouver Island municipalities, and we have a regular connection on Vancouver Island through our BC Recreation and Parks Facility Association, where we continually check in with each other to see what other municipalities are charging for fees.
So, Your Worship and Council, this is a really important slide for us because this is the lens. We talked about a lot of the philosophy stuff that we look through, but this is really the lens account that staff have really looked at in preparing what's in front of you today, and what we use it's actually will be written into the bylaw and shown in the bylaw. And so there are 5 principles we've used for many years, but they're real key principles. But these are things, if Council ever wanted to change any of these assumptions or considerations, you'd let us know.
No problem. And the last one, of course, would be that fees that are provided subsidize admissions to children, students, and seniors. As a reminder, it was also noted earlier that we have not adjusted our fees since 2015. Prior to 2015, all of our fees and charges bylaws were reviewed every 3 years and were presented through our Parks, Recreation, and Culture Commission, brought forward to Council for approval. Staff have been in very regular communication with our user groups over the potential and expected fee increase since 2015, and especially in March of 2020 when the last report was prepared, however, undelivered due to the pandemic. Staff have had regular communication with the user groups. Most recently, the last update went out on April 5th to over 363 user groups in our community, updating them on this process, and since then following up with phone calls and emails to confirm there's a clear understanding as to the process and what we're proposing. It should also be noted, and again, Mr. Harding has spoke to this as well, that Council can review the fees and charges and at any point in their term make revisions as desired. I will now turn over to Ms. Gonzalez to break out and define the proposed changes.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. So after reviewing the current PRC fees and charges and how they compare to other facilities on the island with similar amenities, staff identified several suggested changes to be implemented in the future. The first thing that we looked at was the user classifications, specifically around admissions, but then also with our rental classifications as well. Staff are suggesting that we realign the youth classification to include youth between the ages of 13 and 24 years of age. That realigning will coincide with the national youth age classification and reduce barriers for access for youth that aren't in post-secondary school at this point right now. The current youth rate is 13 to 18 years of age, and it's sort of a combination with a student classification. So anybody who is in student or going to post-secondary education would have to provide proof through a student card. So it is a bit cumbersome if they don't have it with them or if they don't go to school. The second adjustment to the admissions that staff are recommending is redefining the family classification, recommending that the family rate include 2 parents or guardians and all of their children under 24 years of age, related by birth, marriage, and/or family status. The change addresses the variety of family structures and provides for more inclusive access to the facility. Just to clarify, the current family rate is defined as 2 adults and up to 3 children. So if you have 4, you're going to pay more, or 1 adult and 4 children. The next user grade classification that staff are recommending that we look at has to do with the 4 different classifications for rentals. They're inconsistent currently in how we implement that across our rental requests in the facilities. So we're looking to recommend a more cohesive and clear path for administering those rental rates. Staff are recommending that we look at the not-for-profit one, and that would be all programs geared towards youth and children in the community, so any not-for-profit organization. The second classification is a not-for-profit 2, mostly geared towards those nonprofit groups that provide programming for adults, but also encompasses any government agency, school, any organization that sort of falls into that classification. The third one has to do with private rentals, so those are your weddings, your birthday parties, that kind of booking. And the fourth classification is a commercial rental rate. Staff are proposing that the bylaw work with a set rate so that we work off of the commercial rate and apply a subsidized discount to the commercial rate depending upon which group we're looking at. So specifically the not-for-profit one for children and youth, staff are recommending that there be a 50% subsidy. For the not-for-profit 2, a 20% subsidy off the commercial rate, and for private rentals, a 10% off the commercial rate. There are a couple of exceptions that we are recommending, specifically around the fields. In that case, staff are recommending a 75% subsidy for the not-for-profit 1 classification to best align with the island average and create an option for those user groups that doesn't become so burdensome that they can't access the fields. Additionally, the rental rates for the arena, staff worked with the not-for-profit 1 groups that access the arena to work with them to identify a rate increase that would serve them over the 4-year period to get them to a place where that subsidy rate could be applied consistently. It was recognized that the arenas were far below the island average. So this is in recognition of that need to move back up to that island average. These recommended rental group classifications will allow for consistent fee administration for all PRC facilities, transparency around how the fees are administered, and a higher subsidy rate for individuals and groups identified by council, such as children and youth. The next recommendation is that council endorse moving to an hourly rental rate classification. Right now, we're working with block bookings in some facilities, hourly rates in some facilities, and it's very challenging for the staff to administer and for the public to understand. So going to the hourly rates will allow staff to maximize facility usage and better cater to the needs of individuals and groups and organizations within the community. Almost there. The next recommendation is that we remove the rental function designation around facility rentals. We have I don't know if you've seen the bylaw, it's very convoluted right now for renting a room in a facility, and you have to identify what you're going to do in that room. If you're gonna have a meeting, if you're gonna have a luncheon, if it's a social, if it's a celebration of life, and then what kind of group you are, and then the matrix sort of follows this path to figure out which fee we should be assigning to that classification. But what staff have found is that individual and user groups rent PRC facilities for a variety of reasons, and in most cases the function, for example meeting, birthday party, or celebration of life, requires the same level of service for facility preparation and cleaning. Eliminating the function will simplify the fee structure and allow for ease of understanding and implementation for both the public and for staff. Finally, in consideration of the fees remaining unchanged since 2015, staff are recommending an increase in facility rental and admission rates between 3% and 7% to recognize the increase in market value, cost of living, and island averages for similar services. The variation in increases is reflective of the diversity of the facilities and their uses. And during the review, staff identified that some facility rates were significantly below, some were at, and some were over the market value, and the suggested changes reflect these findings. I'm going to send this presentation back to Ms. Osborne. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Based on our presentation and the information that the report has provided you, staff are here today to recommend that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend that Council support the user rate classification system, pricing structure, and percentage increase as outlined in Attachment B to the April 19th, 2023 staff report for a 4-year term from September 2023 through to August 2027, and that direct staff to bring forward an amendment to the Fees and Charges Bylaw number 7336 to incorporate the new classification system and pricing structure. I will now pass it back to Mr. Harding to conclude.
Thank you, Ms. Austin, Ms. Gonzalez. Very, very good. Your Worship and Council, you can see there's a lot of material for you. Staff feel quite confident in what we're presenting to you, but we also know and understand that this is all new in front of you. But we do feel it's prudent to move forward sooner than later. September we historically use September as our date, September 1, because that's when a lot of our major winter groups and organizations get ready, and it's how they budget also for their seasons, be it minor hockey or whatever organization it might be. So our goal is to get something in place by September 1st. With that, we don't have a lot of time, but Council does have some time to move along this discussion. And if we don't make September 1st, then we would shoot for January 1st. But our goal would be definitely to shoot for some type of an increase, update to the bylaw. And again, as Ms. Osborne mentioned, Council can change the bylaw whenever they wish. We just have to go through the bylaw process. So again, lots of material, but any questions, and we'd love to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harding. In order, Councillors Thorpe, Hemmons, and Perino.
I'm not sure if others have questions. I'm prepared to move the recommendation if when.
Councillor Hemmons is seconding. So,
and if I may speak briefly to it, thank you, Mr. Harding, and all of the staff who took a part in this work. It's been a long time coming, and I know it has taken a lot of study and effort to try and be fair in your recommendations. I'm certainly not interested at all in cavilling about certain line items. I trust your expertise. I do note, though, that in one of the slides it mentioned fees that mirror cost of living increases. And I have to comment that, seeing as our fees have been unchanged for 5 years now, and we're proposing that these could potentially be in place for another 4 years, they're probably not, in fact, keeping up with cost of living increases. So I think we're being very generous in the proposed increases, and I'd be prepared to argue that in public. That's a comment, so.
Okay, no question, okay.
No, there's no question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, equally happy to support these increases. I think it's been, they're long overdue. I have some questions, though. We don't often have PRC staff with us, so do you mind if I just ask some general questions? Is this the, okay. So the presentation before lunch, Mr. Corncoff identified that with fees and charges increasing, there might be a potential reduction in those who can play sports. And I'm curious for your reflection, are you hearing that from any other youth sporting organizations?
Your Worship, to Councillor Hemmons, there's a number of, there's some expensive sports, and that's why we try to provide a variety of types of activities. Hockey, for example, is a very expensive sport to play, and it's getting more expensive. Softball has been one of those ones, and thanks to groups like them, they've kept costs low, and that's again reflective in our field rates. But there are a number of other programs that groups can apply for, be it Jumpstart or other Kid Start. There's a number of programs to help those groups and organizations go forward. But yes, it's always one of those which way do you want to go along with it? So
Yeah, I think I was trying to get at whether that's a statistic or is that a sense of things. And I can tell you, as the mom of a couple of kids in athletic pursuits in this city, my perception is that it's increasing. There are more and more kids on our fields all the time. Again, that's anecdotal. You know, I'm really interested in the lifeguard situation. Where are we in terms of getting that curriculum embedded into our school district?
Well, I'm not going to take the credit for this from the Thunder, although we've worked hard on it, but Ms. Gonzalez has had to do all the hard work. She has some nice positive update for you.
I looked at my watch.
As we speak, there are 19 grade 8, 9, and 10 students in the pool participating in the first level of lifeguard certification.
Brilliant. And that happens through the school district, right? That is a partnership.
It is a collaborative partnership with the school district to get them in the doors, and then the city is providing all the programming.
Amazing. And on the grade 5 and 6 active passes, I had some feedback from a teacher that there was some difficulty in registering youth, and Mr. Harding, we've discussed this. Has that smoothed over? Are we getting those kids registered before they get to the pool so their parents don't have to come with proof of income?
I'll let Ms. Osmond do an update, but our goal is to continue to make it easier and easier. I don't think we're 100% where we want to be. Like, we want to get to a point where we're actually going into the schools and registering students and finding ways to reduce those kind of barriers. But we've made some progress along that. Ms. Osborne can give an update on it.
Through his worship to Councillor Hemmons, I think pretty much Mr. Harding has spoken to it. We're in the process of listening and learning and getting that feedback, and our hope is that for the fall, we will be able to provide an easier access program so that those grade 5s can get their passes.
Wonderful, wonderful. And one more, if I could. It's a very personal anecdote, but I tried to register one of my kids for a financial literacy for youth program. There were 70 people on the wait list. So do we use that sort of data to inform programming? Like, are we going to have additional classes of financial literacy for youth programming coming forward? And do we do that?
Through his worship to Councillor Hemmons, absolutely, and that's why it's very important that people put themselves on the wait list, and we definitely take a look at the growth of the wait list, and if we are able to implement a second class, we do. And if not, then we look to the next season in providing more opportunity for the same program.
Thank you. And the library, as the chair of the library, we might be able to support if there's overruns.
Oh, thank you.
Very good. In order, Councillors Perino, Manley, and Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a couple of comments. Recreation is such an important piece of the joy of life. There's no doubt about it. And on Monday night, I happened to be speaking to a resident here who was actually quite emotional about the fact that the aquatic program, which is I guess it's the AquaFit for seniors in particular, without it being there regularly is just such a disappointment to people. And I just wanted to tell you that it was difficult to listen to. And somehow a whiteboard doesn't cut the same. And particularly when they see so many other people in the facility, right? You know, like there were 5 other people that were there, but no one to teach the program. So it just reminds me how important recreation is. So I will be supporting this, but I want to say in particular for the public that the cost of this Parks and Recreation and Culture is $28 million, and our user fees only give us revenue of $7 million. So that means that all of the $21 million is coming from our taxpayers. People who may never use a park, a pool, an ice rink, whatever it is, they may never use it, but they're paying for it. So as much as possible, when you consider that we haven't had a fee increase since 2015, which isn't 5 years, it's actually 7 because you did in fact start in 2016, right? You did in fact. It is outrageous that it's taken this long to at least have some recovery. So I think that that's an important note for the people who pay the $21 million to make sure these programs are sustaining for particularly our youth, our seniors, and those people who enjoy this and use this as such a part of their life. So I will absolutely be supporting this program, and I'm glad to see that you have a yearly increase. Long overdue. Good job.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for this report. I too support the staff recommendation. I think it's very balanced. And recreation, access to recreation facilities is really important. I know Councillor Perino was just talking about those extra costs to taxpayers, but it actually saves money in our healthcare system by having people healthy, whether they're playing on artificial turf or grass turf. And we're seeing an increased cost, obviously, in creating some of these facilities. As we noted earlier on today, a very large increase. And so this incremental increase after so many years is, I think, very reasonable. And I also appreciate the subsidies and programs that are available for people on low income and for seniors. And I'm happy to hear about the lifeguards getting trained, because we're all getting those emails, and it's really important. Our aquafit programs, I mentioned earlier on, hit by a car, fractured C5 in my neck. That was where I got my exercise, because it's low impact. I couldn't hurt myself, so I was in there in the pool with a bunch of seniors doing exercises where I could, after a couple of years of physiotherapy, be able to rebuild muscle and not hurt myself by doing other activities. So those low impact aquafit programs are really important for a lot of different people. So I could see the mayor waving his hands. He's ready to go. He's got something else to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Manley. Councillors Thorpe and Gesselbach, and noting the time.
I will try to be very brief. Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor Hemmond's comment about aquatics reminded me that I wanted to compliment our staff on the Parks and Recreation job fair that was held over at the Ice Center a week or two ago, and when I dropped by, it seemed to be very well attended. I'm curious what feedback you got from that, what the numbers were like, if you got some good responses.
Through His Worship to Councillor Thorpe, we deemed it as a tremendous success. It was a great opportunity for us to engage with the public and share the various different opportunities that we have through Parks, Recreation and Culture. Various different areas had more interest than others, but I can say we don't have all the specific numbers exactly how many came through the door. We do plan to do it again. We would like to do one again for the fall intake and see where that takes us. I can say that the business service area had over 45 resumes, of which we will go through, and we've discussed the importance of reaching out to each and every person who felt that they wanted to leave a resume with us, so we will follow up with that. And I think Ms. Gonzalez noted that did you want to? Yeah.
It was actually a really great opportunity for the aquatics department to talk about the lifeguard shortage and the steps that people can take to complete their aquatic certifications to become a lifeguard. We had several conversations with individuals who held the certifications in their youth and were looking for opportunities to get back and what it would take to get back on the deck in that capacity. Out of the applications that we received 8 resumes on the day of, 2 that are fully certified lifeguards that we have scheduled interviews where later this week. So it was very successful on the aquatic side.
Well, that seemed like a really successful initiative, so I applaud you for doing that. And I'll just add that when I was speaking to staff there, they suggested that not only were they going after the youth market for potential lifeguards, but also approaching seniors who might want to spend some time getting their skills upgraded and act as lifeguards perhaps at the aquafit session. So, Councillor Perino, there could be a job there for you.
For you?
Oh.
For the mayor?
The mayor never admits to being old. Councillor Gesselbach.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a big thanks to staff on the tremendous amount of work that goes into this. It's quite complex going through all these different fees and charges. And yeah, just looking at the more detailed table of sort of what we charge per hour, I'm actually quite surprised how reasonable it is. And so, I definitely, it's pretty clear that Nanaimo is very strongly supporting, especially our youth getting out on those fields and yeah, utilizing the recreation. So thank you for that. And yeah, just on the aquafit, I've never had more people reach out to me, including my neighbor across the road who's 86 and uses regularly about the need for that. And I talked it over with my wife about maybe moonlighting as an aquafit instructor, and I was just curious if that would be ever entertained. But I'm glad to hear that there is actually people putting their resumes forward in that, so that might save me the embarrassment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
Your Worship, just to contextualize things a little bit at the end. So, you're dealing with your tax rate increase. You're also looking for alternate sources of revenue and reviewing your fiscal framework. So this is all part of that journey. Next month, we're proposing to bring the sponsorship discussion back to council. So there's another source of revenue. So that's another big topic. The consultant who did that will be available, and we'll walk our way through that. So we've been trying to schedule these big topics sequentially through finance and audit. And then, of course, June's meeting will be setting the stage for next year's budget cycle. So there's a series of things. And so you've talked about staying current, being the balance between user pay, and there's a philosophical issue here, but there's good fiscal management and stuff. So we've been sort of very trying to spread this out. Richard's been dying to get in front of you for some time, but we've been so booked with things. So anyway, next month, assuming you're finished with this and go through council, it will be sponsorship.
Okay, good. Your Worship. Quick question, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Your Worship, I just wanted to make sure that obviously groups still have ample opportunity to come before council or come towards before staff to ask for grant information to help to reduce their costs should they need it.
Your Worship, yes, there's a number of programs that the council does have, that particularly for tournaments and festivals and cultural events. Most of them are on the cultural side of things, not on the sports side, but there are opportunities for different grants. As well, council has another granting program that I know some have done for relief, for rental relief and other types of relief. So there are those programs there.
Good, thank you.
So just on that, then, just so council knows, so the next time you'll see this will be in open council with a bylaw and with a background report for consideration.
Thank you very much to you and your staff, all of you today. Appreciate the attendance and comments. Any other business? Not that I'm aware of. I assume there's nothing in question period. Motion for adjournment. Moved Councillor Hemmons, seconded Councillor Gesselbrock. All those in favor, motion